Let's go live. What is up? See, brother Jason's already in. What's up, Jason? How's it going, brother? So, here, get rid of some other things I got going on. Oop, nope. There, that's what I want to do. I figured out one of these days, guys. You know me. I just run it, call it a day, let it ride. You know how we roll. Tactical. What's up, Skilly? Let's do this. G23. What is up, my brother? It looks, well, we'll see how it holds. I'll put it that way. We'll see how it holds. It looks like my internet connection is doing half-ass decent. Lightning, what's up, brother man? So, give it a little bit. Let me get my stuff unscrewed. I just came in from work, guys. I'm still trying to dry off and sweat my ass off. So, it has been a hot day. So, still trying to get a few things scrambled together here. Trying to find a couple things. Give me just a sec, guys. And like I said, I'm just getting in. I'm running behind. So trying to find where this is at. This might be it. We'll look at it and see. Grilling some oysters. Oh, hell yeah, Jason. Dude, I do not like raw oysters, but man, done on a grill, smoked, fried. Oh, man. I can definitely dig on some oysters. Definitely. Definitely. Do. Let me shoot out a couple more things here while I'm trying to figure out my butt from a hole in the ground, which I'm never going to do. More than likely, never going to do. How about that? One of these days, I might surprise myself. La, da, da, da. Got that. Got to get back to him on that. All right. Butter Parmesan cheese, little piece of bacon on. Ooh, God, Jason. That sounds freaking awesome. For sure. Let me see if I can pull up anything recent real quick. I know there's been all sorts of freaking course 2A guys, we've all hit it. I did a short about it today about Hunter Biden. Just to kind of hold on, there's something about a shooting in downtown. Oh, I have to look at something else too. Let's see something. Trying to look something about a shooting in downtown Atlanta. Anybody heard about that one yet? Yeah, we might have to play a couple things. That and Biden spoke today at one of the gun sense events, which is hysterical to me. These leftists talking about anything to do with fucking sense. So, and I haven't listened to that yet. So we're going to listen to that too. So we're going to have a little bit of fun. Did I throw? Yeah, I threw it out in chat. Let me pin that because this is an open forum today, kids. So anybody who wants to jump in, you're more than welcome to jump in. We're just kind of hitting up the news for the day. And I'm just trying to catch up because I'm able to listen to some stuff today, but it's been a damn busy day. So let's see, where are we going to go first? We already know about Hunter Biden guilty, so let's listen to a little bit of that. Let's see, where's it at? Let me share another tab because this is where President Uncle Sniffy apparently spoke on it today. And I'm just pulling something quick. So let's listen to this. And then the hearing in the U.S. House, they're showing up there. We're going to listen to some of that about holding Garland in contempt, I think, and possible impeachment for him. And then I still want to see about this whatever shooting in Atlanta and see where the hell that's going on with that. If it's big enough for him to put on
people
here.
Who have been to law school admitted by a bar, I assume, to say that a conviction in a state court is the same as a conviction in federal court. If Donald Trump's jury pool had come from the Southern District of New York, where the jury pool would have been from 8 counties, I would suggest to you that he would have had a jury pool where he would have had a chance.
And let me know whether that's running smooth.
But that man, when in Manhattan, that put him before that jury pool, knew
let's do some fast forwardage
that Donald Trump was not going to get a chance. But the two of you on the Democrat.
Thank you.
Well, Carl, what's up, brother, man?
Thank you. Please have a seat. Joe Vania, I know from experience it takes extraordinary courage for you to stand up here and retell your son's story. Many of you who have lost someone to gun violence.
If we could have
been a passion of mine for a long time. It's a reason way back, a long time ago, I authored the Violence Against Women Act, which no one thought made any sense at the time. I had a lot of trouble getting people to think we could make a difference. But the fact of the matter is, I remember well when you first started it with me, this extraordinary courage. You know, through your words, you help ensure that your son and all the victims of gun violence are not forgotten. They didn't die in vain. Through your love, you help prevent the next tragedy that saves lives. And through your actions, you remember us will never let go one thing that we must never lose. And I mean this, I know it's hard. Because I've gotten those phone calls too saying I lost a son, a daughter, a wife. I know what it's like. But guess what? Never give up on hope. Hope.
Back in the very territory here.
I give you my word. I know what that feels, that black hole when you receive that phone call. It seems like your black hole in your chest, you're being sucked into it. Just showing up here and all the work you've done takes some courage because it reminds you of the moment you got that phone call. It reminds you, no matter how long it goes. It's hard. But you're making such a difference.
Oh, he's babbling
The main
about
reason I'm here to say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Gotta love it.
No.
Gotta love it.
No. Folks, it's okay.
So yeah, he's supposed to be here to speak on gun safety and all that, and now the left, of course, has been eating their own. So that's the funny part. Hopefully, it'll get even more hysterical here in a minute. So let's see, because he's supposed to said something about gun safety and Hunter Biden and all this. So to be honest with you, let me do this. Let me make this. I think the whole thing with Hunter Biden, the conviction, is going as planned. I really think in between the Hur report and all the other stuff, that this is going to be one of Biden's excuses to step aside, pardon Hunter, and then let someone else take over. I seriously think that's part of the plan. Yeah, well, we've said that. I think the 4473 and everything on it is completely unconstitutional. However, if they're going to throw my happy ass in prison for it, then his son doesn't get a break, because he's one of the ones who love to push for all these gun control laws. And there are a lot of people that are going all sorts of different ways with it. But just be intellectually honest about it. I don't think he should have been charged. I think he should have been fine to have his gun if he was safe enough to be out on the street. You guys have all heard me say it. If someone is safe enough to be on the street, they got the rights, period. The only time you lose your rights is when you are in the custody of the state. That said, as long as that unconstitutional dog turd exists, then Hunter Biden doesn't get a break. Just like the rest of us, he doesn't get a break. He gets to play that same freaking horseshit game with the Justice Department and let the Justice Department go in there and do their thing. Even though I think it's complete horseshit. And I do, if Joe Biden doesn't pardon Hunter, and Hunter brings this to the appeals courts and runs up through the appellate process, I would love to see him win on constitutional grounds where the court says, nope, this is absolute horseshit, and it shouldn't exist. I would love to see him win that way, because that would be the one good thing Hunter's ever done in his goddamn life that would actually help someone else out. It would help the dude out who's got a medical marijuana card and doesn't want to lose his gun rights. It would help people like that. So, by all means, it's unconstitutional and it's a bunch of horseshit. I just don't think Hunter should get a pass because of his dad. I do think that Biden will end up stepping down before this next election, and he will pardon Hunter. If that doesn't happen, then what I hope happens is Hunter wins on constitutional grounds. Plain and simple. I'm not protecting Hunter. Hunter's a piece of shit. So is his dad. I would really like to see this go out and protect more people who are pretty decent people, who just want to smoke a bowl every once in a while. So that's where I'm at on that end of this.
They care. Innocent children have been lost. They make a full point. Come on now.
Well, yeah. You got to remember, Joe Biden was one of the ones who pushed for a lot of these really strict gun laws out of the 80s and into the 90s.
Folks, every town and all the leaders and advocates here today, I want to thank you for the dedication to this vital issue you've shown. And to all the survivors, veterans, families, moms who've turned their pain and your purpose into the loss and you're determined to not focus on your anger, but on what you can do. Look, folks, you've helped power a movement that is turning this cause into reality, especially young people who demanded our nation do better to protect us all, who protested, who organized, who voted, who ran for office, and yes, who marched for their lives.
They march.
From my perspective,
People who aren't the problem of their
today
right.
is about celebrating you. You're the reason I'm so optimistic about the future of our country, and I mean that. In 2 weeks, we'll mark the 2nd anniversary of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's the most significant gun legislation in nearly 30 years. We passed it only because you went out and worked like hell to get it done. May have the idea, but you got it made. You made it happen. It was designed to reduce gun violence and save lives, and I'm so proud.
81 million votes, baby.
We made since then.
And counting.
You know, the year before I came to the presidency, the murder rate was the highest increase on record. Last year, we saw the largest decrease of murder in history of it.
Okay, let's hit this point real fast. One, overall violent crime has actually gone up. Yes, murder has gone down. You know what else happened in that time? Long before they started doing this shit with the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act, more states went to constitutional carry and allowed people to carry concealed firearms to defend themselves. I thought that was supposed to bring this major spike in murder. You know, when they did it in Alabama, I was supposed to be stepping over bodies just walking out my front door. That's what they told us in Louisiana. Yeah, you guys should be covering the bodies right now. But what you see is the violent crime rate in cities mainly has gone up. Everywhere outside of these very controlled Democrat cities, crime and murders have gone down. Go figure. Because trust me, these little gangbangers ain't run out of people to kill. Might be running a little low in some places. Chicago, you know.
And those rates are continuing to fall faster than ever. Last year, we also saw one of the lowest rates of all violent crime in nearly 50 years. Murder, rape, aggravated assault, robbery, all dropped sharply.
Connection gets
along with burglary and property crime. This matters. So much of this progress is because, and I'm not just trying to be solicitous, it's because of you. Don't underestimate what you've done. It's amazing what you've done. You changed people's minds, your neighbors, your friends, the folks down at the restaurant, the folks at the grocery store. Through the American Rescue Plan, I was able to invest $15 billion, the largest investment ever to reduce crime. And we built on that progress with your help, the
clapping steel.
Through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Wow.
And here's how. First,
Hey,
What's up,
I'm helping reduce community violence.
crawling out of my skin today for some reason.
250.
Crawling out of your
How are
skin.
you? Yeah, you ever had one of those days where you're like,
man.
what's new with you?
Pretty much any day I see Joe Biden saying anything, but okay.
Yeah, I briefly saw this about half an hour ago. Okay, what were they heckling him over?
The freaking shit in Israel. This is Palestinian freaking no more bombs to Israel. Israel's murdering innocent Palestinians deal. Oh yeah. Same old same.
Okay. Got it.
Have you seen the video of the Palestinian gay protesters stopping the gay parades?
No.
Oh, it's hysterical. We might have to find some of that.
Yeah, that'd be, Put that
it is
up
the left eating its own, and it's gorgeous. It's great.
Yes. The only thing would be better is blue on blue violence.
Yeah, that would work too. Oh man, but yeah, we got to get into this. And of course, Hunter Biden, it surprises me, but it doesn't that he was found guilty on all 3 counts.
I'm glad he did. You know, I'd like to see him, win on constitutional grounds.
That's what I was saying earlier. That would be the only good thing Hunter's ever done in his fucking life. And if he won that on constitutional grounds, then that would actually help some people out.
Yeah.
So I would be all for that.
Yeah, I mean, if the burden should have shifted to the state to come up with an analog law, from back in 1791, where you couldn't be addicted to whatever,
and they ain't got it.
That would preclude you from owning a firearm. So,
I think the earliest you could really find in the United States would be in the 1920s when they started making opium illegal. But even then, it's been a while since I've read through some of that. I don't think there was anything that would exclude you from having a firearm.
The only thing I can think of off the top of my head is like in the mid 1800s, when, or maybe later than that, or around that time, when they would take your guns before you went into town because you're going to go drinking.
Yeah, well, see, a lot of that was all local ordinance, though.
Right. Uh-huh.
And so you didn't have anybody back at that time who was going to argue on constitutional grounds.
Right.
So,
well, and that was so far past 1791. So,
yeah, it's funny. There was watching some of that stuff, and we always hear about this, the sheriff, okay, corral, all this horse shit. And not a lot of people look at it and really go, wait a second, man, that was completely unconstitutional horse shit.
Right.
And all the government proved then is if you don't bow down, they'll fucking kill you.
Right.
I mean, that's what Wyatt Earp proved.
Well, back then there wasn't much government, right? It was pretty much the way of the gun. So
yeah, pretty much.
And basically, a marshal or a sheriff's badge was a license to kill. So, I mean, it was just thugs on supposedly the people's side of the fence.
Yeah,
in my humble opinion. So,
DLD, what's up, my brother? How you doing? Anybody else slip in the door? Nah, it looks like we got everybody. All right, let's listen to some more of this horse shit.
All right.
$50 million in violence intervention programs all across the country. People are now. My daughter's a social worker working with violence against women. And what people don't realize is these things matter. They change attitudes. We've already funded nearly 80 programs in county.
Daughter, he showered.
We also make gun trafficking and straw purchasing a federal crime for the first time, giving prosecutors the legal tools to charge traffickers and hold them accountable for the more severe penalties that are available.
Straw purchasing has been a crime since what, the 80s or 60s? I can't remember when exactly it came in.
Well, it should have been the 68 Gun Control Act, right?
I'm pretty sure it probably was, but yeah, it's been a crime since then to lie on a 4473 and buy a gun for somebody else.
Yeah. Before that, you get it shipped to your door.
Yeah, it freaking God, man. They continue to tell that lie, which I guess is their lie. They can tell it anywhere they want.
Additionally, the law strengthens background checks for anyone under the age of 21 trying to purchase a firearm.
Yeah, I think you're right, DLD.
And it's about time. There's more we have to do there. It's a big deal. Since the law was passed and implemented, the FBI stopped more than 700 sales of firearms for individuals under the age of 21. And about 20,000 unlicensed firearms dealers are now required to become licensed to run background checks, which will keep guns out of dangerous hands. Second, the Act helps stop mass shootings, provides $750 million to states to implement the crisis interventions, like red flag laws that temporarily remove firearms from those who are endangering themselves or others. It also gives $1.3 billion to thousands of schools across the country to build safer learning environments, including updating safety plans, installing security equipment, hiring mental health professionals and school resource officers.
Pretty sure the vast majority of that money just goes for mental resource officers, mental health officers.
I'm married to a full-time teacher. I get it. As well as violent intervention teams. Folks, look. Third, the Act invests over $1 billion, the largest one-time investment ever in mental health, youth mental health in our schools. Help them deal with grief and trauma resulting in gun violence. I've attended too many mass shootings. I've gone to too many schools across America and stood there and looked at the faces of those young children who were mated, and look at all the families that lost somebody. It's tragic.
Did he just say young children that were mated?
I can't understand a word he's saying. He doesn't have enough, they didn't pump him up enough to.
Yeah, they didn't give him this daily dose before he went out and did this speech. Maybe they're saving it all up if he actually does, debate Trump.
Yeah.
But it needs help. They need help to get through it. It includes an additional 14,000 mental health professionals to be hired and trained in our schools to work in our schools full time. That's 14,000 more. And over 170,000 Americans across the country have been trained to identify when someone is having a mental health crisis, connect them to the help they need. By the way, one of the reasons I wrote the latest veterans bill was because more veterans and more active duty personnel are dying of suicide than any combat zone. It matters. And folks, this historic law is already saving lives, but there's still so much more to do to maximize the benefits of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That's why last September, I established the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Okay.
I made it. We got first-rate
in office, granted you, supposedly run by Kamala Harris and staffed by people from Giffords and other gun control groups. What could go wrong?
Look what a wonder she did for the border.
Yeah, she's done so great with the border. And yeah, drunk, you're right. Guns have never killed really a single person. Hell, I think Olites have a bigger body count than guns themselves. You know, at least with a gun, it's normally someone with a negligent discharge. With an Olite, they just blow up.
professionals there and overseen by my incredible vice president. Who's a pretty fierce prosecutor as well. To drive and coordinate government and a nationwide effort to reduce gun violence in America. That's why we did it, to send a clear message about how important this issue is to me, to you, and to the entire country. Folks, you're changing the nation. You really are. You're changing the nation. It builds upon the dozen of executive actions my administration has taken to reduce gun violence. More than any of my predecessors, and I suspect more than all of them combined.
I'm sure Brian Mallon.
Everything from cracking down on ghost guns, gun trafficking, so much more. Folks, we're not stopping there. It's time once again to do what I did when I was a senator. Ban assault weapons. I mean it.
Ban the thing you're least likely to get shot by.
Yes.
Weapons.
Thank you. Who in God's name needs a magazine which can hold 200 shells?
Me.
Nobody.
Me.
That's right.
Me.
I remember when I was campaigning, when I was a senator, going through the wetlands of Delaware to read all the people who were the most
here we
upset
go with the duck hunting story.
the fishermen and the hunters. And I came across a guy who was fishing, and he said, "You want to take my gun?" And I looked at him, I said, "Yeah, I don't want to take your gun. You're allowed to have a gun, but I want to take away your ability to use an assault weapon." And well, no, this is how the conversation went. He said, "What do you mean I need that done?" I said, "Guess what? If you need 12 to 100 bullets in a gun and a magazine, you're the lousiest shot I've ever heard."
File that under in the category of shit that never happened for 5,000, Alex. And he's so full of shit. He's told that lie so many damn times. It just gets, well, everything he does is nerve grating. So I can't say it gets nerve grating, but yeah, shit he has never said in his life.
Yeah,
but
I don't mind being called a bad shot, you know. Maybe multiple attackers. I like that gentleman running. Was he running for Congress or the Senate? Where it's all like, you know, if there's a dozen Democrats wearing hoods showing up to your house, you're damn right I want my AR-15 with all 30 rounds in the magazine.
Well, yeah, Show me a mag with 200 rounds in it anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
better yet,
But,
show me 100-round mag that actually runs.
yeah.
Uh,
About to say, try and lift the 200-round magazine, but
He's got the arms of fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger to
yeah.
hold up the damn 10.5 AR. Yeah. Oh man, you have to link at least 2 belts of ammunition for that shit, you dumb motherfucker. Yeah, 100-round clip. Well, dude, nah, man, I wish I could find it real fast. That one dumbass from California talking about this is a 30-round ammunition clip. I can't even fucking fit that into my head. And he was talking about how he'd fire it all in like 1 second.
Yeah. 300 rounds a second or something.
Yeah, it was just fucking insanity.
I'm serious.
I'm serious.
And to his credit, he looked at me and said, "You have a good point." But think about it. They're weapons
That's
of
almost a
war.
bigger lie than the first part of it.
And by the way, it's time we establish universal background checks.
In other words, a gun registry.
And by the way, and require the safe storage of firearms. We should hold families responsible if they don't provide those locks on those guns.
Hold on. I gotta have a serious conversation with somebody real fast. All right, look, AK. I know you've been sitting there all day long. You've been lonely. Yeah. I mean, you don't have a mag in you right now, but I mean, come on. You haven't done anything all day. No, you haven't. Just chilling. Okay. Just sorry. Had to have a conversation with my AK real fast because he's been chilling right there all day. All night last night, as a matter of fact. I didn't have to go, knock him out over the head or something. Where's the head on the AK anyway? I mean, scope, barrel, butt. He doesn't have arms, doesn't have legs. I think all my guns are defective.
If in fact, because 3 of these major crime scenes I've visited were ones where the mother or father left the stuff out on the desk, left it out on the table, and the kid came and used it. And by the way, this is the most important. The only industry in America that has immunity are gun dealers. We got to end it. End it now. No, I mean it.
Okay, can we hit that lie real quick?
Yeah, what about
If
car
the guy
dealers?
ask SIG and a bunch of other gun manufacturers, they can be sued if they put out a defective product and they knowingly do so. What they can't be sued for is someone who uses their gun for a purpose that is illegal, like rape, robbery, murder. Then you can't just go sue the gun company, which is what these people want, so that they can just basically sue any gun manufacturer out of business because, let's face it, criminals are going to crime. Anytime they talk about this, if I was High Point or Glock, I'd be sweating my ass off. Well, and Ruger, because the Ruger LCPs and Ruger bodyguards are really popular with gangsters. Yeah, you're right, Darth. There's 2 ways for qualified immunity.
Imagine if we gave tobacco an exception that could not be prosecuted. What would happen? We still 1,000 more people be dying of cancer because of smoke inhalation.
Okay, we're gonna listen to this some more without me pausing, I hope. But there's a big difference coming from someone who smokes like a fucking Indian chief in between a cigarette and a gun. If I use a gun as directed, no innocent person will be harmed. If I go out and fire 6,000 rounds and I use the firearm as directed, no innocent person will be harmed. If I go out and smoke 1,000 of these in a day, there's more than likely going to be some health risks. let's talk about vaccine companies, Joe, because you guys gave them immunity from prosecution, knowing good and damn well about all the myocarditis, all of the spontaneous abortions, all of the other health risks that came along with these vaccines, but you gave the drug companies immunity. And I don't see Ford and GM or anybody getting sued when their cars are using drive-bys or used to run people down or used to rob banks.
Used in drunk driving accidents.
Yeah, drunk driving accidents. I don't see Jack Daniels and others getting sued over that. You know, someone gets smashed on whatever liquor and drives their Ford Escort into a home and runs somebody over. I don't see Jack Daniels and Ford getting sued. So let's have an honest conversation, kids. But having an honest conversation with a leftist, you have a way better chance of, I don't know,
winning an argument with a fence post.
They're the realm of possibilities that you could have before you can get a leftist to be honest in an argument when it comes to firearms is mind-blowing. My IQ will surpass Charles Dyson or Eric Dyson. What's his name? The big astronomer dude. My IQ will surpass his before leftists will have honest arguments. And unless he just becomes a vegetable, takes a huge hit to the head, he's drooling, licking windows, it ain't happening. Because I'm about a step above just licking windows. I freely admit that.
It's time to increase funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives and other law enforcement agencies as well.
They can murder more people. It's just talking to them.
To solve the crimes faster. Look, unfortunately, it's the only partisan thing I'm going to say. The congressional Republicans oppose all of these, every one of these. Instead of trying to stop our ban on ghost gun kits that contain these, that can commit crimes, they're working like hell to stop it. They want to abolish the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives.
Yes.
Which is responsible for fighting gun crime. You can't be pro-law enforcement and say you are pro-law enforcement and be pro-abolishing.
First of all, and I knew I was going to let it play. First of all, though, because it's my point. The federal government has no police powers inside of the states. None. So they shouldn't even be involved in state crimes. Period. It was never meant to be. So all these federal agencies, they're helping with these crimes. No, they're fucking not. And the vast majority of federal gun crimes don't get prosecuted because the federal government refuses to pick them up.
Yeah, and they generally take some local Barney Fifes along with them when they go and try to arrest somebody or murder them.
That's it. So this old Uncle Sniffy, maybe it's just been a day and he's getting on my nerves a little bit more than normal, but Jesus Christ, these clapping seals in the audience have no fucking sense whatsoever.
The AFT. Can't do it.
He just said
It's
AFT.
outrageous. I disagree with some of my own party and on the other side on a lot of things, but at least there's some rational argument they have as part of their argument. What in God's name is the rationale for taking away the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
Can I give you an answer?
After a school shooting in Iowa that killed a student and a teacher, my predecessor was asked about it. You remember what he said? He said, have to get over it. Hell no, we don't have to get over it. We got to stop it. We got to stop it and stop it now. More children are killed in America by guns than cancer and car accidents combined. My predecessor told the NRA convention recently, he's proud that, quote, I did nothing on guns when I was president. And by doing nothing, he made the situation considerably worse. That's why every town, why this summit, why all of you here today are so damn important. We need you. We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation. I used to be a law
outlaw. What's up?
Was no longer the vice president.
Oh,
became
my
a
brother.
professor
What's
at the
happening?
University of Pennsylvania. Before that, I taught a constitutional law class, and so I taught the Second Amendment. There's never been a time that says you can own anything you want. Never. You couldn't own a cannon during the Civil War.
What was that line from Super Troopers? I'll believe that when my shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. If this dude, if he actually taught a constitutional law class, oh my damn God. I would really like to see the notes from his class. Because you can own a cannon right now. You can go build a cannon right now, completely legal.
Mm-hmm.
And I've showed it on streams before. Back in the day, people own cannons, swivel cannons, they own mortars, they own grenades, all that completely legal. So, Joe Biden, I realize you're looking for little kids to sniff in the audience. Maybe mama brought her little darling with him, but Jesus Christ, you're a fucking moron.
Seriously, think about it. How much have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash of those. Give me a break.
He can't even say the quote.
No, I mean it. Seriously.
He fucks that quote up every
By the way,
single
if they
time.
want to think is to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need.
Oh God, here we go that again.
Folks, look, this is crazy what we're talking about. Because whether we're Democrats or Republicans,
Hey, a serious question, Bob.
Yeah.
Did the Taliban have F-15s?
Did who? Taliban?
The Taliban.
No.
No. Did anybody in Afghanistan have F-15s?
Can't. Nope.
No.
The Iraqis had some MiGs, but those didn't last long.
Yeah, those pretty much got torn the fuck up. Let me see. I'm trying to think. Vietnam, the North Vietnamese had some MiGs and things like that, and they were quite an issue for a little while. But no, Joe. You fucking potato as always. All you're doing is you're proving our point. One, you don't have to have all that to be able to stand up to a tyrannical government. Two, the government will kill you just for shits and fucking giggles.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few people that have been put in ground in the last little while that would testify to that. You piss off a whole country, though, Joe. That White House is not going to be a very comfortable place.
Families to be safe. We all want to drop them off at a house of worship, a mall, a movie theater, a school, without worrying it's the last time I'm going to get to see them. We all want. We all want our kids to have the freedom to learn how to read and write in schools instead of learn how to duck and cover, for God's sake. And above all, we all agree, we are not finished.
Oh, you'll be free one day, motherfucker.
Look, no single action can solve the entirety of the gun violence epidemic, but together, our efforts, your efforts, are saving lives. We can help rally a nation with a sense of urgency and seriousness of purpose. You're changing the culture. We've proven we can do more than just thoughts and prayers. Just more than thoughts and prayers. You're changing politics. You're proving that you're powerful and you're relentless, and I mean that. Let me close with this. I know many people here have been impacted by gun violence and are tired and frustrated. I know. I've been to too many. I've literally spoken with well over 1,000 families at these events that I've attended, mass shootings. And the look in their eyes, you can almost.
Hold on. He just said he'd spoken to thousands of families talking about mass shootings. Again, let's file that under the category of shit that never happened. Considering usually, unless you're looking at gang shootings, the vast majority of shootings in the United States are not mass shootings.
Yes.
Your vast majority of what they call mass shootings are, in fact, gang shootings. We've looked at those numbers plenty of times before.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're out at a block party at 2 o'clock in the morning or a block party in the middle of the hood, you have a very low likelihood of being involved in any sort of so-called mass shooting. It barely happens in schools, and in matter of fact, most of what they count as mass shootings in schools are, guess what? Gang violence. I think this year, Paul from Legally Armed America has really taken the time to drill down into a lot of this stuff. And there have been exactly 2 what you call rampage mass shootings this year.
Yeah, and he actually did talk with the guy who runs the gun violence archive and got him to add a category and correct some numbers. So, good on Paul. That's really good.
Yeah.
But the Democrats haven't gone back and looked at the gun violence archive since they corrected those numbers and corrected their speeches.
Remember, they're all about the narrative. They're not about the facts on this.
Mm-hmm.
And your vast majority of Americans will sit there and they just buy this shit. They just eat it up. Because they're fed a solid diet of 24-hour news, and it gets recycled, gets recycled, gets recycled. But when you actually look at the numbers and look at the facts behind it, yeah, you're looking at a country of probably 360 million people, especially when you factor in illegals and stuff like that. And we have roughly 7K murders that involve a firearm every year. And we have well over 400 million firearms. So that 7K involving a firearm every year is really and truly extremely low. And then when you look at where that happens, the vast majority of that happens in just a handful of counties throughout the United States. And those same counties have been responsible for the majority of the violence for decades.
Yeah, and they're all, and concentrated in Democrat-controlled cities.
Yes. And usually, probably 9 times out of 10, driven by drugs, driven by crime, driven by poverty.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want to adjust that violence issue, which is where you should be looking, we need to be looking at fixing these parts of communities. But to do that, you are going to have to address violent criminals, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Because the only way these neighborhoods get better is if you get the violent criminals out of them and you allow the people who really want to live in peace in these neighborhoods really be able to live their lives.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's a good stat. 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdose last year.
Yeah. And they talk about the children all the time. When you look at innocent children, and it happens some where an innocent child finds a gun, shoots themselves or shoots another, there's less than 100 and something of those every year.
Yes.
Even when you dig down into it, the vast majority of what they're calling unintentional shootings are someone getting hit during a drive-by that wasn't the intended target, something like that.
Yes.
We lose way more kids, actual innocent children. We lose way more actual innocent children to household chemicals every year. If they wanted to save innocent children, the whole banners behind them would be like, lock up chemicals and all this shit, and don't let kids have swimming pools. That would save more actual innocent lives.
Yes.
But again, this is about narratives and it's about control. So fuck logic. That's what it comes down to.
Indeed.
That black hole they feel in the center of their chest, like they're being sucked in. There's no way out. Daddy, how about me? And I know you may wonder, are we ever going to make full progress that we need to make? I'm here to tell you, We have no choice. We cannot give up trying. For all the lives lost and all those who are still there to save, we're going to get there. I have no illusions about how difficult it may be, but I also have no illusions about the people in this room. You're changing the attitude of the public. I really mean, I'm going back to why I got here in the first place. That is to say thank you.
Yeah, Art brings up another
I
one.
can come up with all these ideas about the laws we can change to make it
Accidental
easier.
strangulation.
But you're changing people's lives.
Sheets, window
You're
blinds,
convincing your neighbors and people this is necessary. It's beginning to move. Look what we've already done around the community. Look at the movement you've built. The elected officials standing with you. Look at all the mothers' organizations across the country.
Mr. President, you are making a change too. I love you so much. And God.
Well, everybody's IQ just dropped about 100 points. Thanks for showing by.
Look, when there's a crisis, half what people affected by a crisis have to know is anybody listening. Do you hear me? Do they hear what we're saying? Listen to the young people who are speaking out. That's the power of the memory of your loved ones. That's the power of this movement. That's the power of America. We just have to keep going and keep the faith. Remember who we are. We are the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we act and do it together. So God bless you all. May God protect your troops.
I thought he was supposed.
Thank you.
Gun violence event, making no remarks there after Hunter Biden being convicted. And now he will be traveling back home to Delaware for the night before heading to Italy for the G7. We are going to take a 2-minute break. On live now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments.
Man, if anybody can't see how feeble that motherfucker is by now, you just don't want to see it.
Yeah, they don't. They want to, they buried their head in the sand or up their asses.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me.
What I want to know was Hunter taken into custody immediately?
Nope. He walked out of the courtroom.
That stinks.
So he'll go. He walked out. He gets to sit around until I don't know. I can't remember when they set his sentencing for. So he's got a while before sentencing. So he's hanging out till the sentencing. Nick Ty, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? What's up?
Shit, ain't nothing but another day. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I heard that.
His attorneys will probably file an appeal before sentencing.
Oh yeah, they're of course they're going to appeal it. And like I said, I hope, well, there's two things. So I think what's going to happen is Biden is going to end up stepping down. He's going to pardon Hunter, and they're going to walk away. And then someone else is going to step in to run for president. That's really what I think is going to happen. All of this is by design. Now, what could possibly happen is Hunter Biden is stuck with it, stuck holding the bag, and he files an appeal, and I hope he wins the appeal on constitutional grounds that even that question on the 4473 is horseshit and shouldn't exist. So I actually hope that he is left there and then wins this on a constitutional fight or in a constitutional fight.
Well, I hope he wins on a constitutional fight, but I think regardless, he'll get pardoned. I think before the appeal to come up is going to take a couple of years. So
it's the appeal itself won't, not to bump it to the district court. Now, if it worked its way through district court, had to go through the circuits, had to go to district, and then had to move its way up to the Supremes. Yeah, you're looking at years there, easy.
Well, 2 years. Well, this didn't happen in a district court. I haven't been following it, but
this was a state court. So then it would move to either the appellate courts. Yeah, it would move to the appellate court after that, which would be, I'm probably screwing it up, kids. So it would be like a circuit or a district, because then it would move to the federal courts.
Well, I thought this had to be a federal court to enforce
Yeah,
federal
well,
law.
these were federal charges, but this is, and it might be that this is the circuit, and then it would go to the appellate court, the district court, and from there. So either way, he's kind of at the lowest rung of the federal court right now, and he'll have a couple of steps before he could even like go to SCOTUS or some shit like that. I don't think it goes that far. I think at best what happens is it goes to the appellate court after this, the Court of Appeals. He wins on constitutional grounds there, and then that sets a precedent that the section on the 4473 that he was lying on is found to be unconstitutional. That would be the best thing that I think could happen. Now, I honestly, like I said, I do think, and went on record a couple times about it, that I think his dad is going to step down. I think he's already being pushed out the door. I think he's going to step down, and on his way out the door, he pardons Hunter, and they ride out.
Well, I figured
That's really what I think.
He'd pardon Hunter after the election, regardless of when he wins or not. I mean, after the election,
no
he's a lame duck anyway. Well, it just depends on how long.
Well, I don't know. I don't think if Joe Biden wins in this next election, and then what happens is they maintain the Senate and they gain seats in the House. Joe Biden ain't lame. They're gonna roll the leftist agenda through like you wouldn't believe. You're gonna be praying for lube if Joe Biden wins and then they gain control of the House after that. Because what would happen after that? And this is 100% my belief. What would happen after that? If Joe Biden wins the election, which I kind of think is already set for a Democrat to win, and they get the House, what you can plan on is the composition of the court, either through people retiring or through the left just flat out packing the Supreme Court. The constitution of the court flips and goes straight liberal. And when it goes that way, all of these cases that we're dying for the Supreme Court to take up now, they are going to rush to get there. And then straight up, assault weapons bans are constitutional. Yep, magazine bans are constitutional. Permitting shit, that's always been constitutional.
They've already got the next president picked out. I mean, make no mistake, they've already got it set in stone who's going in after Joe.
I don't know whether it's set in stone yet, but they already know that.
Yeah.
And again, going back to places like Pennsylvania, going back to places like Michigan, going to Arizona, none of their election flaws got fixed. So none of that got addressed. Now, Georgia did try to address some of theirs, but you can hang it up because Fulton County is going to Fulton County, which is where, I mean, that's the biggest part of Georgia that screwed, Trump over. But Michigan, Pennsylvania, and a few other states have already submitted more drop boxes, more mail-in voting. So to me, it's a lock already. I will eat my own words and say I was completely wrong if I'm wrong, but it don't look like it.
Oh yeah. It's already been selected.
I think it's pretty well locked. Now, like I said, I do think that Biden is going to step aside before he actually starts to run for president, before he's a nominee. I think he is going to step aside. Now, who they bring after that, I don't know. I have no idea. It could be a Gavin Newsom. It could be the Michelle Obama.
Well, I thought very seriously when he went in 2020, I thought they were going to knock him out of the way and put Kamala Harris in there as the first woman. But
they were going to, but they found out that Kamala Harris is so damn unlikable, no one wants to deal with her.
Yeah,
that's honestly what it came down to, because they found out that she is so damn stupid and so annoying, nobody wants to deal with her. So they would rather be with fucking pudding eating, kid sniffing Joe and ride that train out before they will put her at the head of the wagon.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that shit worked. Because I didn't expect him to make it through his first year.
Well, strangely enough, I didn't see feminist or LGBT or none of them or BLM rallying for Kamala to be in there as the first mixed woman, Now,
you might find some really, really hardcore out there that would, but they'd vote for anything that had tits and a vagina, or well, these days maybe even a dick. Michelle Obama, as a matter of fact. Big Mike.
Yeah, they don't care whatever they find down there.
Yeah. I mean, it very much is what it is. I mean, you can't expect you can't expect, especially the hardcore left in this country, to be intellectually honest about anything. It's not going to happen. If they were, we could have some conversations about gun control and what works and what does not work to keep people safe and improve communities. But you're never going to see that.
Yeah.
It's all a big giant propaganda slap nut sandwich. Chessboard, what's up, my brother? I just saw you come in. And Ed came in. What's up, Ed? Zach? Where was this other?
Yeah, so Hunter was in the district court for Delaware, so he was in a district court, and so that's in the Third Circuit.
Yep. So then he'll move up to the appellate court for the third. From there,
yeah. Which will take a couple years if they accept the case.
Well, no, because that the appeal should go through decently quick after he's sentenced. So in other words, as matter of fact, they've already got their appeal set up already. I don't even think he has to wait till he's sentenced. He just has to be convicted. So when he was convicted today, which even before today, they already had the appeal set. All they had to do was file it. So I don't. It won't take a couple of years for him to do the appeal itself.
Well, now, it depends on what the circuit could take it up quickly or slowly, right? They could stay the sentence and 2 years from now hear it.
Typically, what takes the longest is, say, Dexter Taylor in New York is an example. So he got convicted in New York for having perfectly legal firearms.
On a state.
Then he's got his appeal.
Law.
Yeah. So then he's got his appeal. So then he's got to work his way through a state court, then possibly work his way up to the state Supreme Court, and then he's got to go through district and circuit court to get to the federal Supreme Court from there. So that's where we're talking years and years to actually try to fight that out.
But typically it takes a couple years from a district court to a circuit court. So
to work its way up. But I don't think it will take like 2 years for him to work through an appellate review, considering he's already in the federal courts themselves. There's the wifeys. What's up, baby? So I don't think it would take that long to get to his appellate review. Now, working up from there, say if he went to the appellate court shot it down and said, no, you can eat a dick, then I think he's got years after that to work through the rest of it. But to get to the appellate, I wouldn't think it's going to take 2 years. And there's no way Hunter Biden sits in jail for that long, or
no, it may take
under that for that long.
The circuit court can stay the sentence while the 2 years of penancy to get to actually hearing the case. So he would. I don't think he'll spend a day in jail until.
I don't see him spending a single day in jail either. Agarize, what's up, my brother? My wife telling me the temperature. Baby, I sent you a picture of where I'm teaching at right now. I'm in a parking lot with no shade. I know about the temperature. Oh man, it was freaking brutal. Tomorrow I may go in later, but then I start my day in the heat of the day. We don't even get the little bit of cool in the morning.
Oh goodness.
Oh,
it's 83 where I'm at right now.
I didn't even look at the temp today. Standing in that parking lot, it already feels like 100 degrees.
Yeah, typically when you're surrounded by concrete or asphalt. It absorbs that heat real quick.
Oh, it's like standing on a hot plate. By the time it hits 11 o'clock, it's like standing on a hot plate. The other day it rained just before I got to work, and then it quit. So when I get there, it's like standing in a damn sauna.
Mhm.
Like, it's just steam coming up off the asphalt. Yeah, lucky we're at work.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them showers come through here before, where
Mhm.
it just does enough to dampen the road, and then you just see steam boiling off the asphalt.
Oh yeah, like I said, it's like standing in a damn sauna. And then you got to add on welding gear on top of that, long pants, work boots, everything else, and it's like you can just feel the sweat just pouring.
I work in a cabinet shop on that hard concrete. I know what you're talking about, brother. Shit's hard.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Gets my
What's the
back
best
and my
thing?
hips.
Better spend some time in jail or release it. Dude, Chess, there's plenty of them that should be spending time in jail, but you know yourself, brother, it ain't happening. And
I
again,
mean, Go
getting
ahead.
back to it, Joe Biden will either pardon him on his way out of office, and then we'll see someone else step over to try to run for the president, or it'll move up the appellate so damn fast he'll never spend a day in jail. And to me, again, if it goes up through the appellates and the appellate court says nope, that's unconstitutional, that's the best thing that could happen, hands down. That's the best thing that could happen. And there people are fucking blowing up right now. Oh, these so-called Second Amendment guys happy that Hunter Biden got convicted. I'm not necessarily happy he was convicted. But if they're going to convict my happy ass for it, then the goddamn right, then they should convict his ass for it.
Mm-hmm.
We've all said many, many times that the 4473 is absolutely unconstitutional and shouldn't be a thing.
Yep.
But as long as it's there, baby, especially with your dad being a huge proponent of gun control, you don't get to skate.
Mm-hmm.
You get the same treatment, buddy.
Where are them cocaine charges? Oops. Did I say that?
Whoops. No cocaine charges. Of course, all the other stuff that was involved in a lot of this with a whole lot of other people being dirty and a whole lot of money laundering and all the other stuff. Well, that just goes away.
Of course.
All right. Very, very few people are talking about that end of it. I think Thomas Massey, was one of the ones that said there are plenty of things Hunter should have gone to jail for. The 4473 wasn't one of them. And I completely agree, because the 4473 is absolutely unconstitutional.
Yeah.
That's why, best case, he wins on an appeal and the courts ruled that nope, that part of the 4473 is unconstitutional. No one should go to jail over something like that, which I am completely in favor of.
Yeah.
So,
well, he still has federal tax charges in California, right? Or in a district court out there.
It's somewhere he's still got some federal tax charges that should be going through.
Either in the DC district court or some route in California. I can't remember which.
Yeah, his original deal for these 4473 charges was no, you don't get anything for the 4473, and you're immune to all these other charges.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was anybody who had ever been involved in a criminal act was looking at that deal going, God damn, who do we have to blow for that? Because it would literally have made him immune from being charged for a whole lot of other dirty shit. And that's when that judge shut it down. It was like, no way, there's no way this deal can exist. And that's why we see him going to court today.
And rightfully so. Well, I mean, even though it's unconstitutional, it needs to be adjudicated that way. They
yes, it does.
Can't.
I mean, to be honest with you, all of these gun laws should have been shot down in state courts or shot down in the federal courts decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got
they should have been shot down after Heller.
Well, they should have been shot down long before Heller.
Yeah.
At the latest, Heller won. Or no, hell, McDonald before that. Because you had McDonald, you had Heller 1, Heller 2, and then we got to Bruin, and there were some other cases that were mixed kind of in between all that. But yeah, they should have been shot down decades ago.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the 1934 NFA should not exist. It should not have existed past its original challenge. And that was a whole shit show.
They are scared of an outnumbering armed populace they cannot control.
Oh, they are
And
absolutely
cannot be informed
terrified.
on.
Yeah, they're
Bottom
absolutely
line to it all. If they can't know what you're buying and what you're doing, they're paranoid as fuck trying to figure out what you're doing. That's what all these breaches of, the law and stuff are. All of this electronics they're fixing to implement. They're scared of us, man. It's evident.
And they should be. But
They should
that's
be.
always been the push to disarm the populace. It's never been about public safety. It's never been about, oh, we're stopping crime and all this other horse shit. Because these people, as dumb as they can be, they're not so dumb as to think that you're going to stop violence or murder just by taking guns away. They already know that.
Yeah.
All it's gonna do is just take the bigger people, the bigger group of people, or the more violent people, and make them top dog.
Yeah.
And that's all that's gonna happen. And if you don't believe me, hell, go to prison. Trust me. All it does, there might not, well, in some prisons there are guns there, but there may not be a gun there. But there are enough people there with enough other weapons that are willing to get violent that the violence in prison, whether it's rape, robbery, murder, you name it, is extremely high.
Mm-hmm.
So just taking away one tool isn't solving anything. And it never will.
Nope.
Let's see. Let's listen to some moho shit from today. This was a House Rules Committee today. And just to give everybody a little background in case you aren't keeping up with current events, Joe Biden had to be interviewed by the Department of Justice all over all of his top secret record stuff, and he did the whole interview, 5 hours worth of her put out his report. Her basically said, we're not going to charge Joe Biden because he's a sympathetic old man and he didn't think he could get a conviction. So the Republicans, everybody has the transcript of the interview, but Republicans have been fighting to get the audio of the interview because there's plenty of stuff that can be manipulated in between the audio and the transcript. And we all know, we've just seen it, Joe Biden can't talk through a 20-minute speech without tripping over his own words and getting shit wrong constantly. So kind of want to see what he said in that 5-hour interview and hear it in his voice as the questions are asked, and get the whole context for the thing. So now there's a move, since Ag Garland and them won't turn over the audio, there's a move to hold Ag Garland in contempt because the House Judiciary Committee has subpoenaed that audio, and the president has claimed a privilege to that audio, even though supposedly the transcript matches the audio. So why would it matter if I already have the transcript? Why would it matter if I get the audio? They gave up the privilege to the whole interview when they gave up the actual transcript. And that's it's a whole nother part of this shit show. That line by her that basically said that, they couldn't get a conviction on Biden because Biden was sympathetic and feeble-minded, basically. Mm-hmm. That was planned.
Doddering old fool, no one will convict him.
Because see, Biden and them, and we talked about it the day all that shit came out, we talked about it. Biden and them his team got to look through that report before her even released it and had the ability to make changes to the report or recommendations for changes to the report before it was released. So they let that shit stay in there about Biden and his mental capacity. They absolutely let it stay in there. And then they act surprised. Oh, we're so surprised. No, you weren't. You got the report before everybody else did.
Yeah.
You had it word for word and could have had that taken out if it was so offensive. But you didn't, because it's all part of the damn plan.
I read something funny on
Contempt
Twitter
resolution.
today.
The department notified the committee that President Biden had asserted at the Attorney General.
What were you saying, brother?
If they would put Biden on trial, right, we would have two felons as candidates to vote for president.
Yeah.
Two felons instead of one.
Which, I mean,
running
all
for
of them.
president.
Yeah, which, I mean, let's face it, the majority of Congress, House and Senate, and a lot of other ones should be felons too. So,
yeah.
And was urging, no less, executive privilege over the audio recordings. This belated assertion of executive privilege fails for numerous reasons. First, President Biden has already waived any potential assertion of executive privilege over the information discussed in his interviews with special counsel Hur by releasing the transcripts of those interviews to the media. Similarly, during Watergate, a federal district court held that President Nixon had waived any claim of executive privilege over certain audio recordings of his conversations because he had already published transcripts of those conversations. Second, President Biden's assertion of privilege is not valid because it is more than 2 months late. Any privilege should have been asserted by March 7th, 2024, the subpoena return date. Third, President Biden has not set forth any valid reasons for invoking executive privilege. During these interviews, he was not receiving advice regarding the execution of his presidential responsibilities. Rather, he was sitting for an interview with a special counsel investigating whether he mishandled classified documents while he was a private citizen.
all right, Bob.
Fourth, the law enforcement
Oh, what's
concerns
up, brother?
set forth by the executive branch lack merit and are outweighed by the committee's need for the audio recordings. There is just no reason to believe that individuals will be substantially less likely to cooperate with department investigations
you ain't
if both
wrong,
an
man.
interview transcript and audio recordings are
Wilbur,
produced to
what's up,
Congress,
brother?
as opposed to just the interview transcript. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested materials pursuant to the subpoena. Attorney General
Yeah.
Garland's willful refusal to comply with our subpoena constitutes
Colt's right.
contempt of
He's still got to
Congress.
face charges.
Our oversight and impeachment responsibilities are too important to allow Attorney General Garland to willfully and unlawfully disregard our lawful subpoena. With that, I yield back.
Sure. Thanks, gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Ranking
Gentlelady.
Member is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Judiciary Committee under Republican control has spent the last 18
Good old
months
Humpty Dumpty.
and 20 million taxpayer dollars in a desperate search to find something, anything, that they can use to damage President Biden and to protect Donald Trump. Other committees have gotten into the...
Yeah, you got to admit, man, it would suck being in hearing with this guy the
Yeah.
whole time sitting there praying that he doesn't shit his pants. Because you don't want to sit there and have to smell it.
Notice too that nobody mentions Trump here. You see these people are on a script.
Oh,
They've
it's
got to be.
definitely a
They're
lot of
definitely
it.
reading off of a script, man. I mean, nobody mentioned Trump. Nobody threw any mentions of him. Why did this man feel the need to bring it up?
Ray Official, what's up, brother, man? Yeah, well, I mean, the Democrats are always going to bring that up. That's just
Yeah.
a shield. It's all it is. Because if you take these things in two worlds, which you should, by all means, take them in two different worlds. This is the subject we're dealing with right now. We're not dealing with Trump right now.
Yeah.
We're dealing with this right now. But Trump's always the shield. Oh no, we're gonna hold up Trump.
This
Yeah.
is nothing more than maintaining and strengthening the psychological narrative over the people of America to keep you engaged in the fighting drama of both candidates.
Yeah. And
The
it's-
manufactured pre-scripted drama. That's what this is.
That's why, when we do these streams, you're not going to hear me going, oh, well, these person. No, the analogy's been used a lot of times. It's like, who was it that played the Harlem Globetrotters all the time?
Oh
God,
yeah.
I can't remember their name off the top of my head. But yeah, it's like them playing the Harlem Globetrotters, knowing the Globetrotters are just going to smash them every single time and make them look like idiots.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get with Republicans and Democrats, and Republicans are normally the ones looking like the fucking idiots.
Yep.
Because the vast majority of them are just as dirty as any of the Democrats, period.
Oh yeah.
The Nationals. Yeah, I think Ed's got it. It's the Nationals.
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake, both parties at the moment, are just as corrupt as one another. I mean,
Oh yeah, there are very few of them out there. I think Chip Roy's one. I think Thomas Massey's one. That are actually honest people who are trying to do something right. Hagman, the one who started talking at the front of this, I think she's one. Sparks, Victoria Sparks, I think she's one. That are honest people trying to do something. But the vast majority of them, shit, no, man. They'd sell their grandmother down the road for another $1 million.
Oh yeah,
I mean, without a doubt.
Yeah, as well, spending untold taxpayer money, not to benefit the American people, not to feed hungry children, not to address our housing crisis,
cool.
not to improve our healthcare system, but on a single-minded quest to follow every right-wing conspiracy theory in the vain hope that it might lead to some evidence of wrongdoing. And what exactly have they delivered to the American people on their investment? Nothing. No evidence that the conspiracies are true, no indictments, no impeachment, no wins of any significance. And the Republican leadership knows that if they don't come up with something to show for the millions of dollars they have spent, the MAGA political base may stay home next November. So they are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something. They were fervently hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents so that they could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Donald Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. But the special counsel cleared Mr. Biden of wrongdoing for reasons that have nothing to do with Mr. Hur's gratuitous and widely contradicted comments about the president's memory.
of course they did.
So what do our Republican friends do when an investigation turns up short? Simply put, they engage in fantasy.
No,
That's what they are doing here today. Unable to come up with any wrongdoing by the president, they have now trained their sights on the Attorney General. They accuse him of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their every request. Sometimes he has been too responsive, in my opinion, given the obvious bad faith of the MAGA majority. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents since Republicans took control of the House last year, and has made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to Congress in 4 years. Just last week, the Attorney General himself spent more than 5 hours testifying before the Judiciary Committee. With respect to the subpoena at issue in this contempt resolution, the department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There's been no obstruction, only cooperation. In reality, the Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive to Congress in every way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment inquiry. All that remains are audio files for which the president has asserted executive privilege. In a letter to Chairman Jordan and Comer, the Department of Justice noted that producing the audio recordings would, quote, raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the department's ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations, in particular, investigations where the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important, close quote. The chairman claimed that they need these records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event, it does not outweigh the substantial concerns expressed by the president and the department. Moreover, with respect to the recording at issue in this report, a complete certified transcript has already been provided to both committees. And no credible allegation has been made that these transcripts have been altered in any material way. The only thing that has not been produced is the recording itself, something that in the wrong hands, specifically in Mr. Jordan's hands, can be easily manipulated. This is not an idle concern. Last year, a witness testifying in a closed-door deposition told us that she was the victim of a manipulated video amplified by Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, and that it contributed to a flood of death threats against her. Nina Jankowicz told us this about her deposition in April 2023. This isn't really about a policy disagreement, OJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base after 18 months of investigations that have produced failure after failure. Like most of the bills House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines, this contempt resolution will do very little, other than smear the reputation of Merrick Garland, who will remain a good and decent public servant, no matter what Republicans say about him today. This resolution may boost Donald Trump's spirits before his sentencing for his conviction on 34 felonies, but it will certainly not convince the Department of Justice to produce the one remaining file in question. Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt, destined to fail from the very start. The American people actually need us to do important work. I'm tired of these games, and so are the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions you may have. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chairman Comer, you're right.
Now remember, they are already, excuse me, already supposed to have the so-called true transcript of this interview in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you've already given me every word, why are you so worried about me getting the audio of it?
Yeah.
And the really honest answer to that is because when you go watch a Joe Biden speech and then go watch or go look at the transcript of a Joe Biden speech, the transcript is merely the words that were written for him, not what he said during the speech.
Yes.
That is the answer to that question. Because they don't want people to see Joe Biden being interviewed about stuff that he should know off the top of his head. Like, when were you vice president? And he goes, humna, blood of something. Yeah, they don't want to see that.
That is exactly 100% what it is. And because in case they want to change something, they got to buy time to kind of doctor it up. Or,
there were a couple people that asked about in the hearing today where the audio transcripts are and if they even exist anymore. And I'm kind of getting to the opinion of they've already burnt that fucking shit. They're done. It doesn't exist. Corrupted audio file. Whoops. Vanessa Kitty, what's up, sis?
That's why you'll never see Joe Biden out here somewhere without his teleprompters or somebody writing his answers and script for him.
Yeah. It's why when he does a so-called press conference, any reporter he calls on, he already knows the reporter to call on, the order to call them on, and the question they're going to ask.
Yep.
He's already been fed all that. That's again is another thing that's already been admitted in congressional hearings that's the way that's set up.
It is becoming so glaringly obvious what these people are doing now. You listen to this guy for the last 5-10 minutes talking about MAGA this and Trump that. It's the scripted drama they're trying to create between both the political parties. I mean, it's just so glaringly obvious, man.
That's the thing, man, that I really love about dealing with guys like you, guys like a lot of the guys on Dark Stream, Fluffy, Ray, just tons of different guys, because we all come at this thing from the same point of view, which is we like freedom, we like liberty, and all this other stuff is just the fucking sideshow.
Yep.
So how about we scrap the sideshow and get back to the freedom and liberty part, and then we'd all be happy.
Yep.
Even if you get into, a lot of us are here more to talk about gun rights than we are other things, but we're still about the prepping end of it. We're still about, the free speech end of it. If you don't like guns, you can show up for the prepping. If you don't like prepping, you can show up for the speech. It's all about the freedom end of everything. And that's been the cool thing. That's been the really cool ride for, I think my channel's probably been on for about 2 years now. That's been the really cool ride. Because if you listen to the narratives pushed by these two parties and the media and everything else, we shatter every one of those narratives.
Oh yeah.
Period. Hands down.
A lot of it's just pure logic and common sense to be able to debunk a lot of this nonsense. I mean,
oh yeah, without a doubt.
Anybody in their right mind can tell you the difference between murder and self-defense. I mean, the politicians are playing this psychological warfare on the public, trying to get them on their side, getting them in their emotions and stuff.
And then
It's not hard to see.
And there's plenty of people, the vast majority of the American people, as a matter of fact, fall for the emotional end of it.
Yep.
My wife wants to strangle me because we'll be in an argument. Even though I've admitted plenty of times my emotions are wrong, but I'll tell her, the way you feel is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
My wife wants to strangle me because of that. Even though I have admitted, man, I've been plenty of times where my feelings have been screwed up and I was completely wrong about stuff. And I've admitted to her about that.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to dealing with these morons, if you strip the emotional arguments out of it and you get down to the actual facts, then you figure out just how useless these people are. And then you figure out just how broken our system is. And they don't want people to see that.
Yep.
It's always got to be Big Daddy government's going to solve this for me. Big Daddy government's going to solve, well, we're going to make this community better. Well, what are we going to do? We're going to give them handouts, and then the community crashes, and then the government goes, well, we'll make it even better now. What are you going to do? We're going to give them more handouts.
That's it.
No, you completely fuck shit up in the first place. Said it a lot, government is cancer, and they sell you more cancer to cure cancer, and it's never going to work. And that is the way that these people are.
It's a good analogy.
Well, it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it absolutely works.
And it's literally selling you cancer in more ways than one too. I mean, look at all the poisons and stuff in all these products that we consume on a day-to-day basis.
Hey, look, some of them poisons I am very friendly with.
Oh man.
But yeah, it's the way that it's the same way government's always worked, man. As long as they can protect their power and as long as they can protect their control, they are more than happy to turn this country into ashes as long as they stay in power.
That's true.
And Fluffy said government is the problem. Yes, that is the vast majority of our problems.
Yeah, the common denominator. Yes, exactly.
It is definitely the common denominator, and we are ruled by the lowest common denominator.
Recognized restatement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Burgess and members of the House Rules Committee.
IQ.
The Oversight Committee's February 27th subpoena required the Department of Justice to produce audio recordings of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Err regarding the president's mishandling and improper disclosure of classified materials. The department failed to produce them. The Oversight Committee held a markup to consider a report holding Attorney General Ag Garland in contempt of Congress and favorably passed that report. This is not a complicated matter. The executive branch and its agencies, including the Department of Justice, are not above Congress's right to oversee those agencies. We, as members of the House of Representatives, have a duty to ensure congressional subpoenas are fully complied with by those who receive them, people, companies, and particularly the federal government. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle constantly talk about the threats to our institutions, but then they turn around and defend the DOJ's non-compliance with a duly authorized subpoena showing their partisanship. If my colleagues will not defend the institution of Congress, the institution they are a part of, how can we listen with a straight face when they talk about the sanctity of our other institutions? The president has asserted executive privilege over these audio recordings. Legal scholars find this assertion bizarre and meritless. The president has waived any executive privilege over these audio recordings by releasing a transcript of the entire interview to the public. When the transcript was released, President Biden's own White House spokesperson claimed, quote, in keeping with his commitment to cooperation and transparency throughout this investigation, the president declined to assert privilege over any portion of the report, end quote. My question to the
White House. We got to hit one rabbit trail real fast. So last week, the FDA held basically a hearing on using MDMA to treat certain conditions. And those studies have been going on for a long time. versus say putting people on antidepressants and all the other shit that they put them on. And they ended up shooting that down. And one of the reasons they're shooting that down is because Big Pharma is at the wheel. And they would much rather put you on SSRIs or all this other shit versus having you treated with something that could actually solve the problem.
Yeah.
And guess who makes a hell of a lot of money off of Big Pharma? The government assholes sitting up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The
they're
White
all
House is,
spiderwebbed into
what
one
happened
another.
to cooperation and transparency? What reason does the White House have to inappropriately assert executive privilege now? The White House has shown it is willing to alter transcripts to protect Joe Biden's image. It is insufficient to simply take the Justice Department at its word that the transcripts have not been altered. The Department of Justice does not get to decide how to comply with a subpoena, just as the people who receive subpoenas from DOJ cannot determine how they will comply. The Oversight Committee has conducted its own investigation into President Biden's mishandling of classified materials, and its findings contradict key portions of the White House's and President Biden's personal attorney's official narrative. Months of investigating by the Oversight Committee have revealed the White House has attempted to withhold the truth from the American people. As I stated in our markup, the Oversight Committee's timeline begins well before the White House's narrative that President Biden's private lawyers just stumbled upon classified materials in November 2022 at the Penn Biden Center. By May 24th, 2022, 6 months before the White House's story began, the White House counsel, Dana Remus, contacted a Biden former employee to retrieve President Biden's materials from the Penn Biden Center. She then traveled there herself to pick boxes up. Again, as I stated previously, and have not yet received an answer, why would the most senior lawyer at the White House be going to pack up an office that was supposed to only have pictures and personal documents in it? Why were President Biden's personal lawyers visiting the Penn Biden Center days before the, quote, discovery of classified materials if they thought they were just picking up pictures and letters? Why were they calling FedEx to pick up boxes and a White House employee was leaving with boxes before the November 2nd discovery? These are questions I continue to ask because so far none have been provided. Not by Special Counsel Hur, not by the White House, not by the Department of Justice, and certainly not by President Biden. If the Attorney General chooses to defy Congress and not produce the audio recordings, he must face the consequences of his actions.
What's up, my brother?
The path before us is clear, and the Oversight Committee recommends the Attorney General be found in contempt of Congress. Neither he nor President Biden are above Congress's oversight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes, welcomes back to the Rules Committee, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very kindly, Chairman Burgess. It's a delight to be with you and with Chairman McGovern and
Jamie
with
Raskin,
my old buddies on the Rules Committee. There's plainly no basis for holding the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, in contempt, unless we're going to start holding people in contempt for complying with the committee's demands. This is actually the third witness who has faithfully cooperated with the Oversight Committee that the chairman has now threatened with contempt. The first being FBI Director Christopher Wray, the second being Hunter Biden. So this is the third time, and again, it makes no sense. Attorney General Garland and the Biden administration have consistently cooperated with the demands made by Chairman Comer and Jordan for information relating to Special Counsel Hur's review of President Biden. The Attorney General released the Special Counsel's report on President Biden in full. The DOJ made Special Counsel Hur available for multiple hours of testimony and examination before the Judiciary Committee, and he answered all of our questions. The DOJ also provided correspondence between the Department of Justice and the president's lawyers, documents referenced in the Hur report's appendix, and the transcript of the Special Counsel's interview with the president's ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer, in complete detail in response to the chair's requests. And the Attorney General provided us the full transcript of President Biden's voluntary 5-hour interview with the special counsel, all 250 plus pages of it. The Department of Justice and the administration have given us all the information we asked for. Now, Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan, who was subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee and never rendered a single document to it or spent 1 minute testifying before it, respond by seeking to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt based on preposterous claims of obstruction. Like their slapstick impeachment drives against President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, this new tragic comic contempt drive is doomed because it's wrong on the facts, it's wrong on the law, and it's wrong about who the real culprit is. The motion before you today projects the lawless conduct that Republicans regularly defended when Donald Trump was president onto an attorney general who has devoted his entire career and life to defending the rule of law. Unlike the Biden administration, which has cooperated fully here, the Trump administration refused to comply in any way with the 2019 impeachment inquiry into Trump's shakedown of Ukrainian President Zelensky. Trump ordered administration officials who were material witnesses not to cooperate with requests for interviews. In total, 12 federal officials absolutely refused to testify before Congress, 10 of whom blatantly defied congressional subpoenas. And this was just a part of a larger pattern of obstruction in the Trump administration, which refused to cooperate with more than 100 committee investigations and inquiries on a range of subjects, something that did not seem to trouble my colleagues at all. By contrast, Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice have cooperated substantially, materially, and fully with every single one of the requests, bombarding his office in this bad faith, madcap, endless impeachment investigation. In fact, every member of Congress, and indeed every American, can today go online and read President Biden's answers to every single question posed to him by special counsel Robert Hur. And we can access it because under Attorney General Garland, the DOJ provided the full and complete, I repeat, full and complete transcript of the presidential interview to Chairman James Comer and Jim Jordan. Meantime, the good chairman of the Oversight Committee has not released the transcripts of any of the committee's interviews regarding the classified document. None at all. But Republicans have responded to Garland's striking good faith cooperation by trying to hold the Attorney General in contempt because they say they do not want to read the president's answers in the interview. They want to listen to the book on tape. In a last-ditch attempt to blame a cabinet member for the spectacular failure of their laughingstock impeachment drive, they have contrived an allegation that Garland has impeded their inquiry by preventing them from hearing rather than reading President Biden's interview with the special counsel. The claim falsely implies that reading the words written out across 250 transcript pages isn't enough, and that hearing them would somehow change the content of the president's interview or the meaning of his answers and suddenly reveal the holy grail of the 118th Congress, evidence of the still unnamed and unidentified impeachable offense they've been spending millions of taxpayer dollars looking for. In fact, they want to pour over 5 hours of President Biden's taped interview to search not for an impeachable offense, because they know that doesn't exist at this point, but for a verbal mistake, like a mispronounced name that they can turn into a political TV attack ad in the presidential campaign. And yet, even after weaponizing House committees for this nakedly political pursuit, after amassing nearly 4 million pages of documents and 80 hours of testimony from 19 different witnesses, and even with their robotic diligence in cherry-picking facts, distorting evidence, wasting taxpayer money, and echoing blatant Russian disinformation, Republicans still haven't found any evidence that President Biden committed a crime, much less an impeachable offense. Not a single morsel of evidence. The cupboard is empty. Last week, Republicans surrendered what was left of their floundering investigation, making half-hearted, last-ditch criminal referrals of the president's family members to the DOJ for some weak tea gotcha accusations. Most important, identify any crime, any misdemeanor, or any impeachable offense that President Biden even allegedly committed. Not they want America to believe that their 17-month impeachment quest failed, not because they had no relevant evidence of any identifiable impeachable offense, but because Attorney General Garland did not produce an audio tape of a book whose words they already possess and all of America can read. The Attorney General has given Chairman Comer all the information he has sought, and our do-nothing Congress is now finally about to do something, but it's something ridiculous and absurd. They're about to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for actually complying with the demands of Congress. I urge the committee to reject this request for a rule to bring a contempt resolution against the Attorney General of the United States to the floor of the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank
Nobody
you, gentlemen.
buys
Thank all of our
lies.
witnesses for their thoughtful testimony today. Just ask a question, Representative Hageman and Chairman Comer. Do you have any confidence that the actual interviews, the taped interviews, still exist? Or are those likely to have disappeared somewhere?
I would assume they still exist. They should.
I know they should, but there's obviously so much energy being expended to prevent the public from hearing these. And you have to ask yourself, why is there so much energy being clearly it's not executive privilege. I mean, that was
Because
waived
there's
with the production
cover-up,
of the transcribed interviews. If there's this much energy being placed to put a wall between the American public and the substance of these, the transcripts of these, I'm sorry, the audio of these interviews, clearly there's something that they desperately want to prevent from going to the hands of the American people.
Did I answer the question?
Mr. Burgess, I would say something in response to that. If they don't exist, I would say that someone has actually destroyed evidence. And that would be a very serious concern if someone actually did something with those audio tapes. I also think it's very important that we clarify some of the testimony that has been provided, which is there is the repeated claim that the transcript and the audio are identical, and that's not true. And in fact, it has been admitted over the last 2 weeks that there are differences between the transcript and the audio that they will not release. And it's one of the reasons why we absolutely have to have that audio, because they are not identical, and anyone who claims to the contrary is being disingenuous.
I agree, Chairman Comer.
Yeah, and I agree with everything she said. And another point that my colleagues to my left forgot to mention when they said that it's the House Republicans that want these audio tapes. The Associated Press, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, Reuters, Bloomberg, and the Washington Post, as well as other mainstream media outlets, have all sued to get the recordings as well. So it's the American people want to see those audio recordings in addition to the investigators in the House of Representatives. So I think that's a very important point to note.
I'm sorry, Ranking Member Nadler, you had wanted to say something.
Yes, I want to say a few things. Basic reason the department doesn't want, I think, the basic reason that the department doesn't want to release the transcript is because they have good reason to believe that the Republican leadership on the Judiciary Committee would alter the transcript, as they did with the Nina Jankowicz matter. She told us that in her deposition of April 2023, the Judiciary Committee altered, by cutting and pasting, altered the meaning of what she had said. And I assume that's the reason that the Justice Department doesn't want to release the transcript. I would also point out that, you know, the Republicans are claiming that the DOJ waived the ability to claim executive privilege by producing the written transcripts. Legally, that's simply wrong. Audio recordings have distinct features and law enforcement uses. Release of audio would have a unique chilling effect on future DOJ investigations. Also, finding a waiver here would punish DOJ for cooperating with Congress. And I don't think we want to punish the DOJ for cooperating with Congress. I would also point out, contrary to some of the insinuations we heard from my two colleagues to my left, to my right, rather, I'm sorry, God forbid to my left, my two colleagues to my right, that Mr. Herr who was a Republican, who used to work for Bill Barr, conducted a thorough investigation and found there was no basis for charging the president with improper retention or mishandling of classified documents, whereas, of course, the special prosecutor has indicted former President, or got a grand jury to indict former President Trump for mishandling classified documents, and he will have to go to trial. So it's a world of difference, and we should not be.
I'm going to interrupt you there. It is a world of difference because President Trump was president. These documents were procured when the Vice President Biden they were under his control. He did not have the same ability as the president to declassify and move these things.
I'm not going to debate that with you. I will simply point out that the special prosecutor, Mr. Herr, found no basis for indicting Mr. Biden, while the special prosecutor, Mr. Smith,
but by your own
the grand
admission,
jury to indict Mr. Trump.
By your own
That's a
admission,
world of
Mr.
difference.
Nadler, you said that Mr. Herr's comments when he related the status of this interview was that the president seemed well-meaning but confused. Now, I think, and you said yourself, you characterized that. I think the American people deserve the opportunity to be able to hear that for themselves. People are smart. They can make that discernment on their own.
His report made very clear that there were multiple reasons for not indicting Mr. Biden. His gratuitous comment about Mr. Biden's.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. I'll give you a chance to respond, but you're characterizing that as gratuitous is in and of itself gratuitous. I mean, you do not get to have that.
You can judge that. I don't think it's gratuitous. His comment was gratuitous because if you read his report, that's not why the president was not indicted. There are ample reasons given in the report for not indicting the president. And given that, not including that, and given that fact, to make that observation was gratuitous.
Well, why not then clear the air and make the actual audio of the interview available? Let the American people be the deciders here.
Because
why hide that from them? People are sensitive because they were told that, say, a certain laptop was Russian disinformation, and 51 members of the intelligence community signed a letter to that effect, and then it turns out, well, maybe it was not.
Because the chairman of the Judiciary Committee has already been caught altering.
May I respond?
No, not until I finish. Has been caught altering verbal, electronic transcripts in the case of Nina Jankowicz. And we have every reason to believe, or let me retract that. Yeah. We have no reason to believe that he wouldn't do so again.
Yeah.
If I may respond.
Please, I wish you would.
That is absolutely untrue. Neither Jim Jordan nor anybody on the Judiciary Committee made any changes to Nina Jankowicz's interview transcript. That's absolutely a false statement. There's one other point that I think needs to be clarified, which is that Special Counsel Robert Herr stated on page 1 of his report, our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a vice president. The reason that he recommended against prosecuting President Biden was not a gratuitous statement. It was the reason as to why he refused to recommend prosecution. And it was that because Joe Biden is a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, Mr. Herr was concerned that a jury would not be willing to convict. Anyone who wants to see what Mr. Herr actually found and his explanation of what he did, you can go and you can watch the hearing before the Judiciary Committee. But one thing is very clear, and I will go back to it again. The folks on the other side of the aisle keep wanting to say the transcript and the audio are identical. There is no reason why, if you have the transcript, you're entitled to the audio. As a long practicing attorney, they are not the same thing. The audio is the best evidence of what he said, how he said it, the time that it took for him to say it, and in what ways they may have altered that transcript. The moment that they released the transcript and said, this is the interview, they waived their ability to claim any kind of a privilege. And they don't have a legally valid privilege in addition to that. And it's for that reason that we believe that Merrick Garland needs to be held in contempt of Congress.
I will
Well, I
agree
firmly
with,
believe
I
the
will
American-
agree with her. I will
Gentlemen
agree.
will suspend. I firmly believe that the American people are entitled to hear this. And I'm grateful that you brought this today. I'll give you a chance to respond,
I
Mr.
will
Nadler,
agree
but then
with
we need
Ms.
to move on to
I will
Mr.
agree with Ms.
McGovern.
Hageman that there is no evidence that the transcript was altered whatsoever. The transcript wasn't altered. But in Ms. Hageman, I'm sorry, Ms. Jankowicz's case, the transcript wasn't altered, the video was altered. And that's what we're concerned about.
We're not arguing the Jankowicz case. We're arguing.
No, but if the Judiciary
The
Committee
American people
was
deserve the
dishonest
ability
enough,
to see that and make this
if
decision on
this-
their own. They are sick and tired of being lied to
if the,
by agencies.
if the
Mr. McGovern,
Judiciary
you're
Committee
recognized.
was dishonest enough, the leadership, to manipulate the video in the Jankowicz matter, it is dishonest enough to manipulate the video in this matter, and that is a good reason to withhold it.
Ranking Member Raskin, Ranking Member Nadler, Chairman Comer, and we're missing a chairman here. Mr. Jordan, I think, sent a substitute because, which is unfortunate because I would have liked to have asked Chairman Jordan about his noncompliance with the congressional subpoena. But I guess maybe he was too afraid to come or didn't want to have to deal with that question. I got to be honest with
I'll
you.
tell you
I mean,
exactly
the American
why.
people are sick
Coop,
of
you
is how
already, guys,
pathetic
you already know this.
this
Sum it all
House of
up. They're
Representatives have
buying
become.
time
So
to
let's
doctor
just-
the
I mean,
document,
this
that
is a
audio before
distraction.
they release it to the public. That's all it is. There's things in there that they probably caught that they
that
wanna
audio
correct.
will disappear or it will get doctored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are things that they
Yeah,
caught
like I
in
said,
that
that
audio
audio
recording
will
that
either
they want to.
disappear or it'll get doctored.
Yeah. They caught something that could
I
be
mean,
held
hell,
against him, and they want to doctor it.
We saw Joe
And I'll
Biden
tell you,
speak
they're-
tonight already.
And I'll tell you this: I wouldn't doubt that if they get him in a closed room and re-record some of that and plug that audio into the recording.
Dude, I wouldn't put it past them at all. At this point, fuck no. There's nothing I won't put past these people.
But of course, when it's off the books, there's no
Well,
paper trail to
everything,
the public.
yeah, everything can be off the books.
Yep.
I
That's
mean,
what
with
it
these
is.
guys.
That's what it is. There's no telling how much stuff is in that audio recording that could be held against him that they could use that they don't want.
Well, the funny thing is, so if you got the audio recording, right, and
Mhm.
Joe Biden was completely coherent, he was on the ball through the whole interview. He didn't show any signs of degradation to his mental faculties or anything. Then that
Mhm.
completely takes away his excuse for not prosecuting Joe Biden because he was a sympathetic old man with a bad memory. It completely takes that away.
There it is.
So it could be that, or it could be that Joe Biden sat in there the whole time mumbling with a fucking mouthful of Jello, and they had to poke him with a goddamn stick to get him to answer, the questions, and then no one wants to admit just how far gone that potato is.
They're trying to be slick, but it ain't going to work. The thing about it is you got to have enough people to hold these people accountable. And the American public is so divided right now over this shit show of being gaslit and lied to psychologically. It's just.
Well, it's so far split, man, that no one is really going to come at this from like we do. It is either this or it's that. No one's going to come at it like that.
Yeah.
It's either going to be their party or some horseshit excuse or, Donald Trump this. That's where they're going to go at it. Instead of just, we want the federal government to basically fucking pack their bags and go away, and we want to live free lives.
Amen to that.
And I mean, the only reason to do streams about a lot of this shit is merely to point out the fucking clown show. And that's what it is. It is purely, in most cases, to point out the clown show. So maybe someone else sees it, in a long form deal. Someone else sees it. They don't catch a 30-second clip on whatever news channel. They see exactly what's said all the way through and they go, holy shit, these people are full of shit. Yes, wake up, welcome to the club. Good on you. Now let's get on to the rest of it. It could pretty much be the sum of my whole channel at this point.
From the fact that the Republican nominee for president is a convicted
by
felon.
ibuprofen.
That's what this is all about.
And beer.
Republicans have weaponized committee after committee, and it's a great reminder that one political party remains committed to the rule of law and the other doesn't. It's that simple. Did Hunter Biden walk out of the courthouse this morning and slam the judge or the prosecutors? Did he claim some vast conspiracy to weaponize the legal system against him? No, he did not. In a statement on the verdict, President Biden said, and I quote, "I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process," end quote. Now I ask, after the verdict this morning, how can any Republican in their right mind argue that the Biden administration
Hey, Coop, you there? Can anybody hear me?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, looks like Coop bit it. Just MG Toe Outlaw and me. Maybe Coop will be back in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my camera turned off.
Hold on, network issue. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Dems, they're trying to throw off the blame on the Repubs. And
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome to the shit show, kids.
Yeah.
Where your internet does like Joe Biden and locks up in the middle of a fucking speech.
It's okay, man. Uh-oh. He locked up again.
Yeah, we were back there for a second.
Yep, Coop, you froze again, brother.
Yeah. I think Fluffy and Damien jinxed you.
Damn. Yep. But that's the name of the game. They get you invested in this scripted, dramatic storyline that they've got going between both parties, and people fall for it. It's like I call it sports entertainment, like WWE, just with suits.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're playing with our lives.
True.
I wouldn't exactly call that entertainment. That's a little bit too participation sport for me.
Yeah, true. But that's what they do, and people swallow the hook, line, and sinker, and
Yep.
it's all meant to divide, to be divisive and distracting from what's really going on, which is our farmland and all the important things that actually. Oh, there he is.
Shit.
Yeah, it's a distraction from all the farmland and stuff being bought up by Bill Gates and all these other countries.
Yeah,
and
Bill
them
Gates,
doing
China.
Yeah. And of course, what they're doing to your food supply while your back is turned, participating
Shit.
in the scripted events.
While your back is turned, hell, they're doing it dead in front of your face.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, people not paying attention to that, but yeah.
Hey, look, man. And I haven't looked at it in the last week or so. Probably last maybe 2 weeks. But look at how much livestock they're killing off right now because of bird flu.
Mm-hmm.
Cows, chickens, you name it, just getting wiped out. And I hate to go all freaking Alex Jones on you guys, but this is by a plan. This isn't, oh shit, there's this disease and we got to take care of this and try to contain it. Nope.
Yeah.
It's just all by plan.
Well, I did a video last year around, I think it was January or February, over 144 factories that produce, I think, was it poultry products, pork, beef, mysteriously all caught fire last year around the same time.
Yeah.
That's not a coincidence.
You've got, I think, basically three. I'd have to look it up again. There's like three major producers that basically take an animal and break it down into products, basically, and to put a real broad brush on it. And yeah, there was a ton of that infrastructure that suddenly just fucking caught fire and burnt down. And that's again when we saw another huge spike in meat prices and poultry prices and fucking prices for eggs and dairy. Matter of fact, the same milk I could go get at just about any store a couple of years ago, and I could pay less than $1 for, is now $3.40 cents.
Oh yeah.
Hell, I was telling my mom the other night. When was it? Had to have been Sunday night. I stopped by Burger King, picked something up for the kids, and I'll typically get them 2 Whoppers a piece because those children will kill hamburgers like it's going out of style. 2 hamburgers a piece, 2 Whoppers a piece, no fries, no nothing. And then I bought a medium, like slushy Coke, whatever they call them, frozen Coke.
Yeah.
$25 fucking dollars and some change.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I remember when I could go get a hamburger, like you're talking 4 years ago, when I could go stop for breakfast and I could get a biscuit, an actual big biscuit loaded down from Burger King, large hash browns and a coffee for about $5.25. That same thing right now is closer to $11. And the biscuit itself is a fuckload smaller. It used to be I couldn't take it and drop it in my coffee cup. I can do that now. But they charge me more and I get way fucking less. Thank you, shrinkflation.
Pops has got to where he likes eating these Grand's frozen biscuits in the freezer aisle.
Yeah.
That you pop in the air fryer and it cooks like 5-10 minutes. I noticed I was cooking some of them this morning before I got on. Them things are like the size of what, a silver dollar now. Them things are tiny.
Yeah.
And they're charging like nearly $10 a bag.
Yeah. And used to be pretty close to what we would call a cat head biscuit in the South, which you're like,
oh yeah,
this.
Yes, sir.
I mean, about the size of your damn head, and the biscuit would be that tall. And now they're a quarter of that size and nowhere near that tall.
Hey, I remember them 99-cent value menus. I remember that.
Yeah. Those days are dead as a bag of fucking hammers.
The $1, $2, $3 menu at McDonald's. Yeah, I remember all that. They weren't making no money on the Big Macs and the main items, so they cut all that shit out.
I saw somebody get a
These attacks,
quarter pounder or something, or not even that, or where the Big Mac.
They are dangerous. They are irresponsible. They are nothing but false conspiracy theories being pushed to try and excuse.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing. When you look at what we pay for some of these meals now and what you used to get versus what you used to pay, because everything's getting smaller and we're paying more for it. Hence the whole shrinkflation thing.
Yeah.
So, it's named the same, all the other shit, but everything is getting smaller and we're still paying more for it.
Yep.
So it's another way they're screwing us. It's another way that it's just more of a tax on everything. Because let's face it, people talk about these corporations. Corporations run off of profit and margins. And their profit and margins are still the same today that they were 4 years ago. But they had to find some way to stay within the margin. So they can only raise the price so much. So they have to make money somewhere else. So they have to cut the cost itself. And that's where you end up with something that's smaller that costs more. And that's just the way it works. And these dumbasses will jump up and down all day long talking about corporate greed and all this stuff. Oh, they're making so much more money. Yes, they're making more money, but that money is actually worth less. So dollar for dollar, they're not making that much more money at all. Just like if you haven't got a $4,000 raise in the last 2 years, you are making less money than you were making 2 years ago. Even if you got a $4,000 raise in the last 2 years, you are barely making more than you made 2 years ago. Welcome to economics. Who knows? We might touch on that one show just because it's
so fun.
Mind-blowingly fucking retarded how people are when it comes to economics. If they understood that, our government would burn to the ground. Which is probably the reason they have a Department of Education and keep everybody so stupid.
The actions of the former president, and they are made even more absurd by the outcome of the trial this morning in Delaware. Mr. Raskin, for the record, can you contrast the president and the administration's compliance with this investigation with that of Mr. Jordan's noncompliance with the January 6th investigation?
Yes, will you allow me to comment on what you just said as well, Congressman McGovern? And I'm very grateful to you for pointing this out. Hunter Biden was just convicted of every single count that was brought against him by the U.S. Department of Justice. I've not heard a single Democrat anywhere in the country cry fraud, cry fixed, cry rigged, cry kangaroo court, or any of the many epithets that our colleagues have mobilized against the U.S. Department of Justice and our federal court system, despite the fact that Donald Trump was not even tried in federal court. That was at the state level. And they pretend to support state prosecutors and state judges. But then they attribute it to the federal government and they say rigged, fixed, kangaroo court, and so on. You don't hear a single peep out of any Democrat saying that. Why? We believe in the rule of law. We believe in the justice system and we stand by it. And you know what? Hunter Biden had every right and benefit that Donald Trump had. He had the right to a presumption of innocence. He had a right to counsel which he exercised like Donald Trump did. He had a right to a jury of his peers, and he had a right to a unanimous verdict. And in both cases,
No,
a jury unanimously found against the.
hold on, because he's lying through his fucking teeth again, as always. The Trump verdict was not a unanimous verdict.
Right.
A unanimous verdict is when I give people, these are the charges, these are the verdict. If you find him guilty, if you think he's guilty, then he's guilty. That judge literally said the charges were never really explained. And if you think he's guilty of this, and if you think he's guilty of that, and if this jury thinks he's guilty of that, well, then he's guilty of everything. That is not a unanimous decision by a jury to hold someone guilty. Jamie Raskin is one of the biggest sleazeballs that has ever sat in Congress. Period. And that little short, fat, Humpty Dumpty son of a bitch next to him. Another one that said, "Oh, Antifa doesn't exist." Really? They just burn a city down, you jackass.
I can point you to like 10 of them right now.
Yeah. Has he ever heard of social media? Because they're really easy to track down.
They're the motherfuckers that put black mask over their face and stand out in front of the road hoping you'll hit them. And then when you actually hit them, oh my God, oh, he lost another comrade.
One of the funniest videos on this fucking planet has to be, it was Black Lives Matter then. They took over this highway in California, and this dude somehow got around a barricade, got in an on-ramp, hit the interstate, and launched two of those chicks into orbit when he hit them. It is comedy gold. It really, really is. And yes, I am saying that it was very, very funny that people standing on an interstate got hit. And then the funniest part about the whole thing is when it was originally reported, the news tried to make it out to be some white supremacist attack on Black Lives Matter protest, and then ended up being a black dude that drove the car. It's hysterical.
You are talking about people that get online and find these sign-up places to get paid to protest things that they probably don't even believe in, but they're getting paid to stand out and tie up other people's, work day and all that, just to protest. Dress up whatever you want to dress up in. That's Antifa.
Oh man, it's one of these days. If I really need to look into it, maybe I can get paid to go be a protester. Why are you the only one here without a rainbow sign? My gun's multicolored. I wonder if I can get paid by Soros.
I'm like you, Coop. I don't feel sorry for these people that sit out in the middle of the interstates and gets run over by trucks. And
no, you know my answer to that situation. It's 2 words: snow plow. Period. Snow plow. Yeah. They're blocking traffic. No, they're not.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They might have been. They ain't no more. It's December, but it's July. Snowplow.
Oh, all life is sacred. No, it ain't.
No, all life ain't sacred.
No,
I
it
got
ain't.
in that argument on social media, not necessarily an argument on social media, not too long back, about some stuff on abortion. And I finally just told this one dumbass, you don't understand. I am not pro-life. I am pro-innocent life.
Yeah.
So if it's not innocent life, I could give a fuck less about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just the way it is, baby. These conservative pro-lifers. Oh, but no.
Yeah, it's situational, man. I mean, look, when somebody comes in your house and wants to rob you or wants to molest somebody in your family or whatever, or kill you or whatever, does that person deserve to live after that?
Oh, dude, Phoenix Ammunition on X posted something about that today. He said his number to call would be the coroner at that point. and I said my number would be to call people to locate utilities because I just need to know where to dig the hole. It's going in a hole. I just need to know where to dig so I don't fuck up my power or my cable. Thanks, cable.
Coop, just as soon as somebody does those things to you, whether they commit pedophilic acts, murderous acts, raping acts,
Fluffy
robbery
got it.
acts, that's it. That's it. Your life. You have made the choice consciously to forfeit your life, not me.
You have signed on to the dotted line. I do not give a rat's ass about my life. And when you sign that, guess what? I don't give a shit about it either. It's just plain and simple. Matter of fact, the only other number that I would need to call would be a buddy of mine because he's got a tractor that could help me dig the hole, and I'm old, fat, and don't like shovels. Just saying, I'm always going to be honest about shit. Like it, love it. I'm always going to be honest.
That's when you rent that backhoe and start digging a ditch.
Yeah, well, it's much cheaper to call him. He's got the Kubota, and I can just have him come down and help me dig the hole. And when you have true friends, trust me, they will help you dig the hole.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was saying about that George Kelly trial. I bet they're going to use that backhoe to have some pre-dug holes next time they find a illegal alien on their property.
Yeah, I was fixing to say that was the rancher, right?
Yeah, yeah, out in Arizona.
What was it? Raul fell into the well. What well?
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Lightning,
don't call
Scott,
the
don't you
police. Just use the front loader to put him in a pre-dug hole and call it a day.
Call it a day.
There you go. Get rid of the
What happened? There is no record of him in the United States anyway. Let's just go ahead and wipe that one off the map.
I said the same thing about these illegals coming over the border. I'm like, what's stopping people from just, taking justice into their own hands and doing away,
The biggest thing that stops that, to be honest on that point, not to be a smartass, is the majority of us are decent people. Yeah. And we don't want to hurt anybody who is not a threat to us.
No, that's true. Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's the honest point. Because I'll joke about any goddamn thing, trust me. But yeah, that's the honest point about that. The majority of us are decent people. We don't want to mess with anybody. We don't want anybody messing with us. We want to live our lives, take care of our families, be providers, and call it good.
Which is why I'm all for, on the government's dime now, putting them in buses, planes, boats, whatever you got to put these jokers on, and take them back to their country. I'm all for that.
HS, if you at least had a D10 bulldozer, I can weld.
And when I say the government's dime, I mean out of their pockets, their salaries.
Oh,
because they're the ones that allowed it.
Like that. Yeah, it would have to be something like that. Hey, Congress, guess what? You guys are getting a 50% pay cut because we got plane tickets to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for just dropping them off in everybody else's countries. Just give them parachutes, kick them out over wherever. Where are you from? Mexico. Where are you going? Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Learn the language quick, bitch, because you're going.
Yeah.
Where are you from? Ecuador. Where are you going? Spain.
Hey,
well, the languages kind of fit.
It's a more humane way of doing things than taking the justice in your own hands. I mean, you're all right. We are some decent people. I mean,
that's
what was
the biggest.
What was that African country that was taking in folks? I think they still are, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know which one. Hell, go send them over to freaking where the cannibals at?
The one that ate Joe's uncle?
No. The Haitians. Well, yeah, Haitian. Yeah, Haitian has some openings right now. Apparently, they've been eating each other. Drop them off over there. Sink or swim, bitch. Hey, Raul, guess what?
Yeah, give me a pile of barbecue sauce and say, "Hey, give this to the first person you see. They'll give you a place to stay."
Yep. Hey, why am I carrying salt and pepper? You'll figure it out when you get there, buddy. Oh, good. Hey, why did he throw a fire pit out of the plane first? Oh, my God. You'll figure it out.
Here's some onion and garlic powder. When you get there, say, "Hey, I'm ready for dinner."
Oh my God!
Why did he hose me down with sriracha before he threw me out of the plane?
You may want to carry some hot sauce too. I think they like
Yeah.
hot sauce too.
Yeah, hot sauce is definitely
The defendant on all counts in both cases, and compare and contrast the difference in reaction between the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans are attacking our entire system of justice and the rule of law because they don't like the way that one case came out. Whereas the son of the President of the United States is prosecuted, and I don't hear a single Democrat crying foul. Now, both Hunter Biden and Donald Trump can afford themselves of every right of appeal that there is. And we stand by the appellate system. But I think that, it's just outrageous to see the way that our colleagues turn on the rule of law and the system of justice. And it's a profoundly dangerous thing that we witness. Now, you've asked me to contrast, Chairman McGovern, the cooperation and the compliance of Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice with the non-cooperation of Jim Jordan with the January 6th Select Committee. Well, let's start with this. As I said before, we have gotten substantially and fully and materially everything that this committee has asked for from the Department of Justice and from the Biden administration. Again, that is a striking contrast with the Trump administration. I remember the day when President Trump, when he was in office, said there would be no cooperation with any committees or subcommittees in Congress. And they blocked investigations in more than 100 cases. And specifically with respect to impeachment, which is super dangerous, he did not allow people who were material witnesses, who had relevant factual testimony to render to the impeachment investigation in the first impeachment of Donald Trump, to testify. He said they could not testify, and he just shut it down. I did not hear any of my colleagues have a problem with that. And now they're claiming, well, Merrick Garland has only cooperated 99.99% with our committee. We also want the audio tape. It's not enough for us that we can read every word verbatim that is in the transcript. That's not enough for them. They want the audio tape too. I mean, it's like a sick joke that they would go from standing by Donald Trump's horrific obstructionism of congressional power than to trying to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. Now, as for our friend, Chairman Jordan, who I also wish were here today, he wasn't the only one, by the way. There were other members who were subpoenaed by the January 6th committee to give us whatever relevant material information they had about the violent insurrection against our government in order to force Mike Pence to step outside of his constitutional role and simply declare Donald Trump the president and hand him the keys to the presidency. So we didn't have a word of testimony from Scott Perry. We didn't have a word of testimony from Jim Jordan. We didn't have a word of testimony from Andy Biggs. We didn't have a word of testimony from Kevin McCarthy, and we didn't have a word of testimony from Mo Brooks, nor did we receive a single document from Scott Perry, nor did we receive a single document from Jim Jordan, nor did we receive a single document from Andy Biggs, nor did we receive a single document from Kevin McCarthy, nor did we receive a single document from Mo Brooks. So there you're talking about 100% non-compliance and obstruction. They want to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt for 99.99% compliance with what they're saying now and 100% compliance in reality for what it was that the committee asked for.
Yeah, well, I mean, I regret that Chairman Jordan didn't see fit to come and testify today, because I would have liked
That
to
dude must get paid really well.
heard his answer to the same question. But I just want to point out for the record that Hunter Biden was found guilty by a jury of his peers in a case prosecuted by a U.S. attorney appointed by President Trump, presided over by a federal judge appointed by President Trump, and investigated by the FBI with the director appointed by President Trump. And you don't hear anybody here talking about complaining about weaponization. And I just, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, would like to read the statement from President Biden in relationship to the verdict today. I quote him, "As I said last week, I am the president, but I am also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we are so proud of the man he is today. So many families who have had loved ones battle addiction understand the feeling of pride seeing someone you love come out the other side and be so strong and resilient in recovery. As I also said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family with our love and support. Nothing will ever change that," end quote. I think the fact that we are here wasting our time on this garbage is pathetic. I really do. Mr. Raskin, you want to?
Well, you know, if you can engage me in a little thought experiment, what if one of President Trump's children were prosecuted by the U.S. Department of Justice? The entire Republican Party would be in an uproar, demanding that everybody be fired and that the investigation be quashed, especially if it related to exercise of Second Amendment rights. I've not heard any of them rise to the valiant defense of Hunter Biden's Second Amendment rights, but be that as it may, this is the rule of law, and Hunter Biden had every right that was afforded to him under the rule of law, just like Donald Trump did, and they were both convicted, and they both have the right to appeal, but we should all be standing by the rule of law and the court system, and I would love to hear one of my colleagues defend the discrepancy in their reaction to the Trump verdict and the Hunter Biden verdict, if they can.
If the law is tyrannical,
You know, I
if the
appreciate
law
it.
has
I want to
become
correct the record. I think
tyrannical,
one Republican
then we no
did,
longer have an
come to the
obligation
defense
to
of
it.
Hunter Biden in a way. He's a member of this committee, but he's not here right now. That's
Sorry,
Thomas Massey. He said Hunter Biden might deserve to be in jail for something, but purchasing a gun is not it. There are millions of marijuana users who own guns in this country, and none of them should be in jail for possessing a firearm against current laws. I don't agree with all that he is saying on that, but the point of the matter is,
well, look, I think that, you know, complex questions may be raised on appeal in that case, in any case, and we've got to stand by the system of justice. This is why all of the ethical improprieties and transgressions taking place in the Supreme Court today are so alarming and demoralizing, because you've got, you know, people, billionaire sugar daddies giving millions of dollars to Supreme Court justices, and it undermines everybody's confidence in the rule of law.
And no complaints about that, no concerns about that. I mean, and again,
what were we saying?
He's talking about we should respect the justice of law. Are the same laws that they write behind closed doors that we the people don't have any say over?
Yeah, kind of like when they do
those laws
rules, and we write thousands of letters saying please don't do this, and they still go fuck you, we're doing it anyway. Yeah, those.
Same one that Pelosi said, you gotta let us pass this so we can let you see it.
Yeah, well, Pelosi's line, it was like that. It was, we have to pass it before you can read it, or some shit like that.
I think it was that we have to pass this before you can read it, or some shit.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, we have to pass it before you can read it. Hold on, wait a second. It's like thousands of pages long, and they get into other shit in this, because this was about a markup for a bunch of different bills. And they get in some other stuff in here, and the National Defense Authorization stuff, where you can see how much horse shit they add into a bill. And to me, it should be simple. If you have a bill for something, that bill should only contain that certain thing, should be titled about that certain thing. And your bill to, I don't know, put us on the moon shouldn't include fucking uranium for Russia.
Right.
You know, should be, they shouldn't be able to pass a bill that your average American couldn't read in like 2 hours. Now, I'm talking about your average American. So if the average IQ of Americans drops, guess what? Your bills get shorter and fucking shorter. It should be, I mean, it seriously shouldn't be that you can pass a fucking 15,000 page bill that covers 2,700 subjects. And they literally do that shit.
We need to pass it so we know what's in it. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to pass it so we know what's in it. And it's
That's-
just like, fucking, hold on. You just said that.
Was that
It's
the Pelosi
documented.
quote, Fluffy?
You ought to be removed from Congress right now.
They're the dumb motherfuckers that wrote it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, a lot of this stuff, much like a lot of the gun control stuff, Congress doesn't write it.
Right. Yeah. Well,
There are other groups that write it, and then they walk in and they hand it to these people and go, if you support this, you put this on the House floor, we're going to make it worth your while, either through a book deal or speaking, fucking, not membership,
legislation, I believe.
fees.
Legislative branch.
Yeah. We're going to make it worth your while. But it seriously shouldn't be that a bill can be anything over probably 5 pages, period. And we're talking
I agree with that.
double space, 12-point font, something
I
your
agree with
average person could sit there and read.
Mhm.
And God knows I've read enough of these fucking bills when it comes to the gun control stuff that it's just like, fuck me running. You shouldn't have to have a law degree to figure this shit out either. It is one thing or it's not, period. One of the two. No gray areas. This is what this does, and this is how it's going to do it, period.
Mhm.
And you see this stupid shit when we look at, I know, especially since gun bills are a lot of stuff that I read, you see this stuff that says, well, if one part of this bill is found to be unconstitutional, the rest of the bill is still valid. No. If one part of your bill is found to be unconstitutional, guess what? Your whole fucking law gets to pack its shit and go away.
Yep.
And that's the way it should be. But
Yep.
this clown show are the people who make the laws that will cause the ATF to kick your door in and shoot you in the face at 6 o'clock in the morning. Ta-da! Here you go. It's fucking it's mind-numbing. And this dick with ears right here. Maybe that's what got my fucking string to go nuts, because that's what I was calling him.
Yeah, we see we see what we've been seeing all in this Congress.
How many of you guys have listened to Ron White? Now that I'm thinking about that.
Yeah.
They call me tater salad.
And if you've never listened to Ron White, man, what are you doing with your life? Now that he's retired. But he was doing a whole skit about his joke and his dick wearing this outfit and his dick had ears. Yep. That's Ron White's dick right there. That is Ron White's a dick. I am sorry, Ron White. I love you, brother. Yep, there's your dick.
If Republicans are held accountable for anything, it's a weaponization of the judicial system. If Democrats are held accountable, well, that's justice under the law. I've never ever seen such hypocrisy in my life. And the idea, again, that this is what we're spending our time on, with all that we have to deal with in this country and in the world right now, this is what they think is so important, to get an audio recording of something they already have the transcript of, that this is the world comes to an end if we don't do this. We have to hold the Attorney General in contempt. I mean, give me a break.
I mean, Mr. McGovern, this is an impeachment investigation. And so I have not heard a single colleague explain how there might be something of value to understanding whether there's a high crime and misdemeanor caught in that minuscule space between the written version and the audio version. Not a single one has suggested how a high crime or misdemeanor will emerge in Joe Biden clearing his throat. But I do believe that they might be able to find something with a cut and paste job to turn into a great political attack ad, and nobody has denied that that's the real motivation.
But this is not about high crimes or misdemeanors. This is really about a distraction from the fact that their nominee for president is a convicted felon, period. I thank you for your time. I yield back.
Chair, thank you, gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair, recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think that there's only one question that we have to deal with here, and that's one question only. Can the executive branch ignore a subpoena that's not only lawful but valid? That's the one question we're here to decide. Everything else is just a complete distraction. Chairman Comer, would you like to talk about that?
I mean, look, we are the congressional overseers of the executive branch. We have checks and balances in our system. That's the way it was set up. And we have requested these audio recordings. The reason that we stumbled upon
Let me do something.
President Biden's mishandling of classified documents throughout the Biden influence.
Rachel, if you're on YouTube, there is a pinned link in the YouTube chat. You're more than welcome to come on and espouse your views about Trump. More than welcome.
I mean, Biden ain't no different.
What's up, Spin? But yeah, Rachel, you're more than welcome. And I will be as polite as my sense of humor will allow me. And you can explain to me why Trump's a felon. Even though most of the people sitting in Congress right now are either actual felons or should be felons.
Yeah.
That's Republican, that's Democrat, that is the vast majority of them. So yeah, if you want to come on, Trump, felon, criminal, whatever, hey, come on, defend your point, please. I will be more than willing to put you right up in here in the stream itself. And I seriously, I am, no joke, I will be as polite as my sense of humor will allow me. I make no excuses for my sense of humor. There's not a whole lot of stopping it. So,
I mean, you know, Trump may be one thing, but what about Biden? Call the man out for what he's not you. I'm talking about Rachel. Call the man out for what he's done too. He's a felon.
Yeah, but well, that's the point behind a lot of this is don't just pop on. Oh well, Trump's a felon. Okay,
yeah.
So what? Explain to me Biden's behavior and the behavior of the vast majority of the ruling class that you more than likely support.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not a Trump fan. Never been a Trump fan. The only thing that would make me a Trump fan is if Trump actually did get elected again and then basically shut down the vast majority of alphabet agencies and then went ahead and started letting people be prosecuted for the crimes they committed, lying to the American people, insider trading, you name it, and actually did drain the swamp. That would make me a Trump fan. I would go find me a Trump fucking haircut to start wearing if Trump did that. Outside of that, I'm fucking done with this. I mean, Trump, I promise this right now. If Trump got elected, and I understand I'm done with voting. If Trump got elected and Trump went in, he got rid of the ATF, he got rid of the FBI, he got rid of the IRS, he caved in the CIA, and then went in and actually started allowing a lot of these politicians to be prosecuted for crimes that we've all know they committed. I will cut my fucking hair and dye it like Trump and wear it that way for at least a year. At least a year.
Hell yeah.
If he does more than that, I'll get the fucking orange suntan.
Oh, geez.
And I will sport that shit. So, I mean, bring it on. What do I have to lose? Nothing. So, yeah, jump in, be whatever, call Trump a felon. There's a link in the chat. Just go ahead and scoot your ass on in here and let's talk. Other than that, thanks for showing up. Nice for playing. I don't know, Chess. I may not go that far.
Oh God.
That's a little bit like jumping off in a mud hole that's been routed out with like 44s when you've got like 22-inch tires on your truck.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm just saying, as a redneck, I understand what hole not to drop off in.
Yeah.
Let me see. Two-wheel drive Ford Festiva. Nope, ain't going in that nut hole. Can't nobody in this chat tell me I'm wrong.
That car would probably get stuck on wet grass. God damn.
Yeah. Hell, I've pushed a damn Ford Festiva down a gravel road with the parking brake locked on before.
Oh my God.
I was 18 and I was a fuckload stronger, but I've done it. That was in, what, 96? Yeah, my girlfriend bought a damn Ford Festiva. It looked like a pregnant fucking roller skate. Had wheels about the size of a skateboard. Yeah, I know the car.
Oh, those 90s subcompact cars. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
good God, yes.
Geo Metro.
Investigation was there.
Hey, yeah, one of the first actual manual transmissions I ever drove was a Geo Metro.
Yeah, didn't
I had
the
to learn
Geo
that
Metro
shit
have
in
a
a day before I
3-cylinder
went-
engine?
Oh God, I can't even remember. But I had to learn to drive that in a day before I went and took a job where I was going to have to drive a standard Ford Ranger for a job. So, hey, if you can't find them, grind them, baby. I was all about grinding some gears.
There were emails on the laptop that we now know was 100% legitimate because that was the major piece of evidence in the court case that Mr. McGovern cited a dozen times, it seemed like, in the last 30 minutes. There were emails on there that looked like they could potentially be classified documents. And the thing that the investigation has revealed is with the tens of millions of dollars that the Bidens have taken in from our adversaries around the world, there was never a business purpose.
Oh, man.
You know, they say, the media will say, or the Democrats.
And when Datsun switched to Nissan, I can remember, hell, when my dad was, I think we were stationed on Fort Benning, and that was back early 80s. I still remember my dad had, I think it was a blue Datsun 4-door. Transmission went out. I can still remember my mom and dad dropping that transmission in the garage and building that transmission back up and then sticking it back in the car and that joker running. Now,
wow,
you could literally see the road pass underneath you through the floorboards, but hey, I mean, you couldn't kill that damn car. You couldn't kill that motor.
Oh my God.
Damn truck had no AC. Yeah, I feel you there, Rach.
Hey, my car now doesn't have AC. I just roll the windows down like, you know.
Dude, I'm such an old school bastard. Mine does have AC, but I don't turn it on till I'm just dying. It's finally like, oh shit, okay.
Oh Jesus.
And finally turn it on. Other than that, it's it's 240, 2 windows down and 40 miles an hour.
Mazda B2000. My uncle had one of those trucks. He drove that truck for, Jesus Christ, he drove that truck for decades.
Oh, yeah. Dude, we had, when I first started with True Tech, so that was 90, no, it was 98 or so. We had Mazdas and Ford Rangers. Those were the two trucks that we drove, little small service trucks. And yeah, you could beat the ever-living hell out of those trucks. Matter of fact, the first one I had, it had well over 100,000 miles before the dude ran me into a telephone pole, and then I had to get a Mazda. It was one of the Ford Rangers. He ran me into a telephone pole right in front of a customer's driveway and bent the frame. I had to call my boss and be like, "Hey, boss, I need a new truck." What? Mine's kind of done. Dude hit me. I was turning into the customer's driveway, and he hit me right where the cab met the bed. And there's a telephone pole right at the customer's driveway, which caught to the front bumper and just cranked the frame.
Golly.
I didn't even get hurt, man. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I just kind of slid sideways on that bench seat and was like, "Well, this fucking sucks."
Rachel, I'm going to be honest with you. Biden is illegitimate as far as I'm concerned. There is no president going on right now in this country. I'm sorry I feel that way, but there was no transfer of power. This man is illegitimate.
Rachel, you're going to find a very mixed bag in this group. I promise you. There are those of us, about the only thing I liked about Trump is he very much just rattled the cage of the system. Other than that, I don't give a shit about the dude. Now, if he did come in and he got rid of the ATF, got rid of the IRS, got rid of the CIA, told the FBI you're no longer employed, I will get my hair cut like Trump, shape that shit the same way, although I have to find the engineer that does his hair, and find the right structure and wires and all that shit. I'm still not doing Stormy. A man can only take so much, okay?
Gone this far in life without an STD, right?
Yes, I have.
Golly, dude.
There have been some scary situations, but yeah, I've dodged that bullet. But yeah, you'll find out in here, Rachel. This chat, a bunch of other guys that we follow, we're all about freedom and liberty, not about a party. So if it has to do with government controlling things, we're absolutely against it. About the only exception is when it comes down to abortion, because I do believe that no matter how young a child is in the womb, that is a living human being. And that's something that when I watched some of the tests and stuff they did on my wife, especially when she was pregnant with our first child, when they can go in and they can measure the blood flow, when they can measure kidney function, when they can go with Doppler and they can measure all these different things in that body, you can't tell me that wasn't a child from the start. So anything where someone is losing an innocent life, I'm going to be against that. When it comes to a lot of other things, I don't give a fuck what you do. Paint hair purple, get a fucking hubcap put in your nose. I don't give a shit. That's you. You do you, boo-boo. I do plenty of other shit. So you'll find that for the most part, all of us are all the government get the fuck out of our face deal. Whether it's guns, because God knows a lot of us have them. I still have to have a talk with my AK because he's been sitting out all day and hasn't done a damn thing yet. You useless, lazy bastard. I'm saying he's sitting right there. He's been sitting there all day. I was at work all day. He hasn't fucking moved.
Damn it, AK.
Can't get him to do nothing. Least the bastard could do is mow the yard.
Well, I don't like Trump. I don't like Biden. I don't get caught up in the political drama of worshiping whoever the next president is.
Yeah, Rachel, you're right about a lot of that. We're trapped in the system. It's like being trapped in a fucking washing machine. It just keeps turning. And we play these games. We have these fucking hearings like this one, where people will get sound bites, but nothing changes. And that's what the majority of this is. We've talked about hearings before where you've got 5 minutes to question somebody, and there are 15 people that have to question this person, and you only have so long to do it. Why have all these assholes on the hook to do that? Why not pick one person that could do the questioning like you were at a trial where you could really drill down to the facts? But they won't do that. Everybody has to have their 5 minutes of fucking fame. And it's just a show. Again, Rachel, you missed the whole Harlem Globetrotters versus the Nationals stuff we were talking about earlier, because that's what this is. And the bad part is, as much as we can see of the dirty shit these people are doing, they're doing worse shit. This is only the hand they're showing you. You're not seeing the other shit.
As small as you can get government, the most limited government you can have.
Yes.
Where we the people, the lopsided balance of power goes back to the people.
Hey, Rachel, we're glad you showed up. And like I said, the link's there. If you wanted to come in, you can come in. We were serious about that. Now you will have to put up with a bunch of smart ass answers. I'm just saying, we tend to allow smart asses in here. Hello, I need to hold smart asses anonymous. Hello, I'm a smart ass.
You know, the older I get, I'm embracing my smart assness. I'm an asshole, man.
You got to
being a dumbass.
Yeah. You got to embrace
that is true.
Smart ass. You got to.
Better to be a smart ass than a dumbass. I like that.
Well, it's kind of like saying it's better be pissed off than pissed on.
Hey, I mean, you feel what you feel. I mean, I get it. Trump, I saw through him when he first went in.
Yeah.
He's just another establishment hack. But he's for
Hey,
the
Rachel,
right.
Rachel, if you are actually a smart ass, you are more than fucking welcome. Trust me. Come on in, hang out, because this shit gets real sometimes. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it was the whole Trump's going to save the world, and they're going through that horse shit now. Trump's going to save the world, save the republic. No. Again, I will eat my words if he comes in and does everything that he says he's going to do. I will eat my words, dye my hair like Trump, dye my skin like Trump. Fucking, I'll wear goddamn stilts so I'm that tall. You name it. I'll become a living caricature of the motherfucker if he actually did some shit that is actually right. But other than that, he's just another fucking tool.
But
plain and simple.
But yeah, red wave is bullshit. But the blue wave is also bullshit. They're both bullshit.
It is. If we got rid of the red blue horse shit, and people got back to this is freedom, and actually got back to the roots of what it should be, we wouldn't have this issue. We honestly wouldn't. But the vast majority of Americans are nothing but fucking non-playable goddamn characters. They get their update from Fox News. They get their update from CNN. They get their update from MSNBC, and they just go puke this shit up on everybody else. And I've been guilty of being there. Until I really started digging into this stuff. I don't know. It was a couple years before I started my channel. I've been there. I've been part of the fucking system. So I can't just call out everybody for being there. I can call people out for fucking staying there. And that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Yep.
Amazing how polarized the government is. Oh yeah, and Rachel, there's stuff with, even when you look into World War II, that was all straight out propaganda. All of it.
I mean, all you have to do is just watch what he's got on now to see the division.
Yeah. And see, the division's always been there. It's always been there. It was there from the start. Before the ink was dry on our Constitution, our so-called founding fathers were breaking the very principles that they wrote down. And the beauty of the document is it took this long to fuck it up this bad. But the absolute shame of the document is there weren't enough corrective measures written in to keep it from getting this far. See, for me to challenge an unconstitutional law, one, it shouldn't take me getting arrested under that unconstitutional law. It shouldn't. I should be able to read the law and go, wait a second, that doesn't match the Constitution, and I should be able to file suit against it. Hey, government, defend yourself. And it shouldn't cost me millions of dollars to do so. There's so much wrong with it. There are some things that are right, but there's so much fucking wrong with it that it's one of the reasons I was never for secession until probably the last few years. And then I think completely that states ought to be able to draw up a treaty. We're going to deal with the government this way, but we're stepping out. We're going to do our own fucking thing. And we deal with plenty of countries that way. Why would it be any different if a state decided to do so?
Yep.
And people think, the United States couldn't recover. Sure they could.
I mean, people got to wise up. They got to understand that, if you're not fighting for freedom, you're fighting against yourself, because if you're not fighting for it for yourself and others, you're fighting against yourself in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. And it's one thing that, my wife will get pissed about some things when I'm doing streams or something sometimes, and why do you let this affect you? And it's like I told her before, this is my only way to really fight back. This is my only way to have a voice in this whole thing. Other than that, I'm just sitting there getting bent over and taking it. And I would much rather, at least if I'm gonna get shot in the fucking face, bitch about it a little bit. So that's the point of a lot of my streams. It's just to call the idiocy of this stuff out, to point out the clown show. If you guys don't follow the Quash, you can look them up on any of your podcast platforms. Look up the Quash, and I'll see if I can find his link real fast. You can find them on X at Legal Man. US, is it Law Review now or Crime Review? I can't remember. I have to go look. And he's another one. He talked about it before. He was a constitutional conservative for decades and decades and decades. Later, Rachel, take it easy, sis. And he said when he got the internet, he caught on to the grift and then started really seeing how things worked. And I've had him on a show before. He actually slummed and did a show with me. But an absolutely exceptional guy, and he calls all this out. Matter of fact, I listened to one of his shows today about the Her hearings a little while back. And he's absolutely right. Really, if you guys haven't looked into something like jury nullification, that's the only way we stop a lot of this shit, at least without it getting stupid and getting bloody. Oh yeah, and ADX, there's no doubt 100% that we were better off under Trump than under Biden. There's no doubt we will be better off with Trump instead of Biden. There's no doubt about those things. It's like talking about the fast food prices and all the other stuff during the stream. I mean, there's no doubt those two are night and day. What I'm saying is, if Trump went in and actually did things right, I'm getting my hair cut like him. I'm gonna dye myself like a fucking carrot, and I will rock that shit for nothing less than a year. I'll even shave. I'll be clean shaven. I try to do the Trump voice and say things bigly and all that. If he went in and did that shit, 100%, because we are better off. When we got Biden, I mean, fuck it. How can you not look at the difference in the world now and the world before and not see that the world is absolutely caught on fucking fire since that potato got into office? Even though they talked about us all day long that if Trump gets in, it's going to be World War III and all this horse shit. And
yeah, it was peace and prosperity with Trump.
You saw
it was a revolving door at the White House and mean tweets, but I can live with that.
Dude, someone sitting on the shitter at 3 o'clock in the morning sending mean tweets. Fuck, I do that. I can deal with that. Someone doing locker room talk. Jesus Christ. Spend a day on a construction site and see what gets said. So yeah. Don't come at me with this, oh, Christian, and you have to support this dude. Do you not realize some of the biggest people supported in the Bible were womenizers, drunkards, fucking they'd murder you to get with your wife. David did it. Solomon did it. I mean, these were complete bastards when you get down to their actual actions.
Locker room talk versus taking a shower with a teenage minor.
Yes.
Sniffing children.
Where I live, that is the main reason why most people here voted for Trump, because they're right-wing Christians.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we've got to get our nation back in the name of Jesus. And the only way to do that is to vote Trump. Trump will save us. He's God's savior. I heard it. I've heard it every.
Oh, dude, you hear it now. And you know what? To a point when you look at it, because again, Trump is probably right of most of what we call the left these days, but most of what we call the left these days are basically Stalin and Mao and a bunch of others. So I'm fine being right of those guys.
Trump, a lot of people forget Trump used to be a Democrat at one time.
Oh, he was. He was a huge Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
But where Trump
Reagan
was
was a
at in New
Democrat.
York, you couldn't survive up there without being a Democrat.
Right.
That's why you see pictures before they got onto the Trump's racist. You see pictures of him with Jesse Jackson and fucking Al Sharpton, and they're shaking hands and giving each other hugs. And
y'all trying to keep down the black man. Oh my God.
Yeah,
I hate that guy with a passion.
Oh,
both of them. I hate both of them.
I guarantee you don't hate them enough. And that's the issue with a lot of this. We don't hate these people enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because again, it goes back to kind of the same thing that most of us want to be peaceful people. We want to be left alone. We want to take care of our families. We want to be good people. We're not perfect. Fuck, I mean, there's no way we're going to be perfect. I'll tell you from the rip, I'm probably one of the most flawed individuals you'll ever meet. But, you know, I want to be a peaceful person. I want to be left alone. I want to take care of my family, raise my kids, love my wife, and just, you know, the federal government should be the least of my goddamn worries on any average day. However, with the way things are, these cocksuckers are the first one that'll break in my house and shoot me in the face.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about Tyrone and Jose and the other ones breaking into my house to steal shit, or fucking the meth head Fred over here. I don't have to worry about them as much as I have to worry about the federal fucking government.
That's a fact.
And that says a lot about how far this situation has changed.
That's a
now,
damn
do I
fact.
still worry about, you know, whatever Fred the meth head, you know, whatever? Yes, I do. But Fred don't have a whole fucking force to back his ass up. Fred can't call reinforcements. And if he does, they're probably just as fucked up at Fred, and I've got a really good chance at tattooing all their asses. So
I don't know if any of you guys here or anybody in the chat watches Here's the Deal.
Yes, I do.
Oh man, that dude.
You might be the one who turned me on to him, as a matter of fact.
Brian. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. But yeah, he lays it down. He used to be known as High Impact Flicks. Great guy, man. He calls the police state out every video about
constantly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the one who was talking about him, and then I went and looked him up. Because he's definitely in some of my followers. Now, I don't catch everything he does, obviously. Because I follow so many cool ass people. I would have to be like hardwired to this computer to keep up with everybody. Matter of fact, another really cool dude messaged me earlier and asked me to be on the stream tonight, and I can't do it. Otherwise, my wife's going to kill me or I'll be divorced. But I am going to go. I'm still going to try to go on with Red Dawn Readiness tomorrow night, which is another cool dude.
nice.
So, but yeah, but here's the deal. Definitely solid. Because he does, and that's what he's doing. He's calling out the fucking state. Why do the police get, you know, qualified immunity? Why do they get to get away with all the horse shit they get away with? The quash is another one. He'll tell you right now. You know, the police will pull you out of the car and beat the shit out of you over nothing. So, I mean, and that's where we get into a huge rabbit hole about governed by the consent of the governed, and you know, everything from there. I mean, if these some bitches are pretty much trying to turn me into a fucking sovereign citizen at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say I can't remember if it was you or Sam Fisher was doing a stream the other night, and I made the statement: 90% of their job we can do on our own if we're armed.
Yes.
90 to 95% of their job can be done away with just by you and me being armed and knowing, you know, the responsibility of that gun.
The biggest, and we're listening to this some more, but The biggest job that the police have is to solve a crime after the fact.
Yeah.
That is the biggest job they have. It's not to the only way they prevent a crime is if they solve another crime and they take a violent person and they put them in prison. And then they can keep that person from offending while they're in prison.
Yeah.
That is, other than that, the cops draw chalk outlines, they write reports, and they testify in court. That's what they do. And there are some cops out there that are really good people that are really fighting to really make things better. There are a lot of cops out there who will lock you up for the most minor thing, and if you disagree, will call all of their buddies to beat the shit out of you, if not shoot you in the fucking face, and then write a report, call it a day, and then go about their lives.
Yep.
I mean, just in a nutshell. So it's I we'll hit this real fast, and I'm going to start a fucking hornet's nest. But any of these police, all right, a lot of them will tell you, I am just enforcing the law when they do things. However, in their vows, they swear to uphold a constitution and to protect people's rights. They should be the biggest authorities on the law. They should be better than lawyers at the law. So they make sure they don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property. So it shouldn't be, well, this law was passed and I'm just enforcing the law. It should be that, oh yeah, I know that law and it's completely unconstitutional. I'm not fucking enforcing it. Kiss my ass. But that's not the way 90% of the police forces work. A law gets passed, they get told to enforce it, even though it's completely unconstitutional, and they go out there and they will kill the shit out of you to enforce this unconstitutional law. And they have qualified immunity so that when they do kill you enforcing that unconstitutional law, nothing happens to them. And that's not the way this should work. Now, that's living in a perfect world, and we live in a world that is vastly far away from perfect. Yeah, Fluffy knows him, said Brian's a good dude. What's ADX saying? Gunners across the country. Dude, I'll have to look that one up. I saw a couple things from Guns and Gadgets today. A couple of them I didn't get to watch because I've been busy as fuck. So until I got home and then started doing this, so I have to go back and look and see what he's posted today. But I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
I'll say, well, in Hunter Biden and Jim Biden, Joe Biden's business dealings, what business was it they were in? Because we haven't ever found a legitimate business. The business, according to at least two people who testified under oath, and that would be Bob Alinsky and Jason Galanis, was they were and three, Captain Devin Archer, three former Biden associates said the business was selling the Biden brand. That is called influence peddling. Were the classified documents, were any of the classified documents used in the Biden influence peddling scheme? That's the question the Oversight Committee has with respect to the classified documents. And look, I think this is about transparency. Again, and I can't say this enough, it's not just the House Republicans requesting these documents. The Associated Press, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, Bloomberg, the Washington Post, that's their people. Their people want it too. The American people want it. Poll after poll shows the American people want transparency. So if there's nothing wrong with the tapes, then just disclose them.
Well, hold on, Mr. Raz. I'm not, you know me. I'm not going to leave you hanging like that. If you want to go ahead.
Well, but I just wanted to be certain that this constitutes the chairman's endorsement for every petition by the Washington Post and ABC and CBS and CNN to get information. For example, they were asking for all the information that Donald Trump was suppressing for several years and wouldn't give to Congress. Do you agree it should be released because the media wanted it?
What was the question, Mr. Askin?
Well, I'll write it out for you.
Mr. Nadler?
I just want to point out that the, contrary to what the distinguished chairman said, the House Republicans didn't, quote, stumble on Biden documents. President Biden's personal counsel found the documents at the Penn Biden Center and voluntarily.
No, Mr. Nadler, Biden's people got called on him having classified documents from when he was a senator, and then they started digging into it, trying to get all this shit out of the way before he could get charged. There's a big fucking difference, you short, fat motherfucker. And that's like me calling someone short, fat, dude. I'm like 5'7" and 210 right now. But Jesus Christ. If the fucking flip-flop fits, wear it.
Then reported them to the FBI. This cooperation was one reason that Special Counsel Hur declined to indict Biden. And I would contrast this with President Trump, who has hidden and who refused to turn over documents, who necessitated the court to order a search warrant, and who apparently hid documents from the agents executing the search warrant. And that's why the special counsel in the one case, President Trump, has asked the grand jury and got a grand jury to indict him. And in the other case, with President Biden, Mr. Hur declined to ask a grand jury to indict him and said there was no crime.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Mr. Nadler. I would just counter with the fact that the decision not to prosecute President Biden was because of the demeanor that was seen on the tape, and and there was an assessment.
That is not true. If you read the report, there are many reasons cited for not.
All right, we'll hit Nadler in just a second. We got to say hi to Warsaw. Sorry, your night's sucking, brother. Shit, we've all been there. Trust. We'll talk. If we don't talk tonight, because I'll probably be goofing off with the wife and stuff after she gets home, but we'll talk shortly. But yeah, a lot of times, dude, when it's crazy like that, it does make the day go by faster, brother. You got to kind of take both sides of it with that. Getting to Nadler. So Nadler's talking about there were all these reasons that Hur decided not to prosecute for. I listened to this for a while today from this point, and God knows how much longer while I was finishing up stuff at work. He never cites the other reasons. And to be honest with you guys, if you're a drug dealer and you admit to having drugs, does that typically get you out of prosecution? If you are a bank robber, Bob, if you're a bank robber and you admit you robbed that bank and you give money back, does that stop you from getting prosecuted for bank robbery?
Typically, no.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. But yeah, no, that typically doesn't stop prosecution. If you beat your wife and you admit to it, that typically doesn't get you out of being prosecuted for beating the shit out of your wife. So this idea that, Biden, he completely just, he worked with these people. No, that doesn't stop people from getting prosecuted. If it did, every drug dealer would immediately, when they saw the police pull up in the front yard, they would just start throwing the drugs out the window and be like, yeah, dog, you caught me. I'm sorry, Mr. Felon. Why did you have that gun on you? Oh, you caught me. Yeah, it's a Glock 19. Yeah. Fucking Christ.
Self-snitching doesn't turn out well.
Yeah.
For the decision not to indict. And I mentioned a few of them a moment ago. There are many reasons cited in it. I think it's a 231 or 261 page report. And that's why I called the comment about the president's cognitive ability gratuitous, because that was not any one of the major reasons given in the report for declining to indict.
It's my understanding that one of the major reasons was that, and it was in the report, is that President Biden would present to a jury as I believe the quote was a well-meaning, I forget the exact word, but basically that he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't
read
have.
the report and see all the other reasons why why they declined to indict.
But
in particular, the cooperation that I just mentioned, that it was the President Biden's personal counsel who found the documents and at the Penn Biden Center and voluntarily reported them to the FBI.
Okay, but again, it was the demeanor and how he would present to a jury that he'd be sympathetic, that people would think he doesn't have control, mental acuity enough. And the fact that
let me say this.
Hold on, we got to, Mr. Adams, we got
not
to
to
talk.
talk.
I don't want to get into a
We
debate.
cannot talk over each
I-
other.
I-
Please, gentlemen, suspend. The clerk cannot keep up with us when we
I'm sorry.
cross talk. So let's one at a time.
Yeah, okay.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
say this. That quote has been used and may have been put there for all I know to question the president's cognitive ability. I don't know why he put that in. But the fact is, there are going to be two debates, and the public will be able to judge the president's cognitive ability, and for that matter, the former president's cognitive abilities.
What do you guys think the odds are that Biden will actually debate Trump? Serious question.
I think he needs to be drug tested before and after the debate.
Oh, yeah, you ain't lying there. That's like the State of the Union, man. He was hopped up, baby. He was ready to ride for about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
He had roid rage and everything.
Yeah.
It's like he fucking hit puberty before he got on the stage. But yeah, because we all know there's either a body double that does some of his shit for him, or he is hopped up on Adderall, fucking you name it, before he hits the stage to give a speech like that. Because if you look at Biden's speeches, for the most part, he can't speak coherently for 20 minutes at a pop.
No, we just saw that earlier, right? With talking to the mad mothers against guns.
Oh, the commie mommies, yeah.
Yeah.
He can't. Normally, they limit his stuff anywhere from 5 minutes to about 22 minutes from what I've seen. And I've watched a lot of his stuff. And he can barely keep it together through one of those speeches. And he's very different than the way he was with the angry fucking grandpa that went on during the State of the Union. And I can, during the right time, I could handle someone getting up there and being just flat out pissed off. There are a lot of times, if I gave a speech about something right now, and especially where things are at, I would be extremely pissed off. And I could give a coherent speech on why I'm pissed off. So the pissed off part don't bother me at all. I would much rather someone show that emotion these days than just be the lackadaisical shit happens kind of speech. But if you watch the vast majority of his speeches, they're all canned speeches. They're all stump speeches. They all start the same way, in the same way. They mix up the middle, and he still can't get it right reading off of the teleprompter when he sits there and goes, 4 more years, and he looks a little closer and goes, what did he say?
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. Four more years.
He was supposed to pause between between lines or something.
But again, you have a vast amount of the American society that doesn't look at that. They get their fucking updates from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and a bunch of others, and they just roll with it. They'll hate each other for any reason. They don't have to really have a reason. They just do what they're told. And then there are a lot of us that are the ones looking around going, what? No, you're serious. You really? You're serious? God damn, you're a fucking moron. And then we still try to go about our lives. They just won't let us.
There's no point debating it here.
Okay. I'm not trying to bring this into a larger debate, but we're totally focused here.
Yes, Warsaw.
If we're talking about the privilege issue and whether or not they have a privilege, I believe they have waived that by providing the transcript.
Warsaw bringing up yet another good point. And if you haven't seen this one, guys, where Joe Biden's walking and he just stops and he's got his arms kind of in the right position and his back kind of straightens up. If you've ever had a 2-year-old that you're potty training, you know exactly what that is. That is someone standing there and shitting their pants because the feeling hit them before they actually caught on to what was going on. And that was Joe Biden. He in front of the press corps, God and everybody. Never mind him shitting his pants when he was with the Pope.
Number one. Number two, when the report, now you can say it's not controlling or not, but the report does talk about his demeanor. It would be nice to see the tape so we could assess the demeanor ourselves. And again, I would say the privilege has been waived because you handed over the executive branch, not you specifically, but the executive branch has handed over the transcript. I mean, that's just my read of the situation. Mr. Russ, Chairman Comer is trying to talk to, so I will give you time, I promise. Chairman.
I just wanted to say this again. I mentioned in my opening statement. Our timeline doesn't match up with the White House's narrative of their timeline of the discovery of the document. And one of the things the White House is obstructing is our ability to interview several of the White House employees about the specifics of when those mishandled classified documents were discovered. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Raskin, and then we'll go to Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. It's really more a question for you because you make an interesting point. You assert that the.
Hold on, we interrupt your regularly scheduled programming because I didn't see this one, so we're going to watch it and see.
By the way, Warsaw, I got your message on Discord. I'll have to get back with you. Saw where you tried to call me.
I would say there's no way that can be real. And if you guys missed that part, he's walking off with Jill. Hold on. We're going to watch that again. This was the D-Day ceremony. Oh, wait, it hit me.
I don't see anything. Do you?
Yeah, there's no way that one's real, but it's still funny as shit. And if it is real, well, it's the world we live in. Where's this other one at? Well, apparently everybody's blowing it up over the D-Day. That's all this is Joe Biden blowing it up on D-Day. This was the other one. Hold on. Let's see. We'll find something. See if I can find a short clip of it. Here it is. This is what it looks like when a toddler shits their pants.
Oh, God.
Notice the position of the arms at first. Look at the face. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on. I forgot.
I like Donald Trump.
I mean, come on. Anybody who's been around a kid in diapers knows what this stance means.
You like it?
Yeah.
Do you like it? You taking a shit?
You're not a fan of Joe Biden or what?
No, I like Donald Trump. I seen Joe Biden online. He was shitting on himself and like falling all over it. I'm like, yo, what's
Golly, man.
Oh God, I don't think I hit the tab when it said he shit his pants on D-Day. So hold on, let me roll back up to this because
Shit.
I'm more than a little retarded, guys. You guys already know.
You gotta laugh to keep from crying, man.
Oh, dude, yeah, tears of laughter, baby. It's what do they say? Laughter is the best medicine.
Yep.
Everybody's supposed to be standing up, doing their thing.
Bruh, hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no, dude. Hell no, bro.
What?
Ah, yes, that is the leader of the free world. Oh, we are so doomed.
Whatever privilege the president had, and obviously that was something that was expansively invoked by Donald Trump, but you're saying if he had an executive privilege, it was waived when he turned over the written transcript. But does that argument depend on the written transcript being a faithful transcription of the oral statements? If so, it would seem to defeat the point. I mean, let's say if they're really different, then he's asserting executive privilege, presumably for the 0.001% of it that hasn't been turned over yet, right?
So I get what you're saying, but I would say that if the transcript is different, that's all the more reason to get the audio or the audio visual of it, so we can see if the transcript meets the audio visual. But the fact, are you implying that the transcript was doctored?
No, but that's the paranoid theory that's been floated today by some people. But no, I think that's ridiculous. In other words, I think those two arguments cut against each other. The idea that the privilege has been waived depends on the idea that the written transcript is actually a faithful record of what was spoken. And I haven't seen any evidence, certainly, that there's any difference in the two. So, I think we are really splitting hairs here. I mean, it's kind of an amazing thing that we would think about holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt for not giving the audio version when we have all these people walking around who've never given any testimony at all in answer to subpoenas, and it doesn't seem to trouble, at least your side of the aisle.
No, I get your argument, but I mean, again, if you've already handed over the transcript itself, I would still argue that you've already waived the privilege of then holding on to the audio visual of the transcript. I mean, that's just my understanding. I understand you're saying we're splitting hairs here, but Ms. Hageman?
Yes, a couple of things. To conflate the outcome of the two cases between Hunter Biden and President Trump is an absolute absurdity. It's also an absurdity to claim that the outcome in one case with Hunter Biden being convicted today is reflective of the viability or legality of what happened in New York is also absolutely absurd. So I wanted to I wanted to point that out.
Can you explain
to say
why?
That these two, I think that the facts are very clear in the record in terms of the differences between the two cases. And
To the juries, it was very
and
clear.
And the legal basis.
Yeah, and in both cases.
Yeah, they absolutely don't want that video or that audio out.
Asking about the privilege and waiver. And it seems as though my colleagues on the other side believe that a privilege or a waiver is based upon a word-by-word basis, and the extent to which they may have waived any kind of a claim of privilege for the words that were included in the transcript, they would still be able to claim a privilege for the words that were left out. And that's what we're trying to get to with the audio, is also a legal absurdity. That is not the way that privilege or waiver either one work. What it is when you waive the subject matter, then you waive the subject matter. You have waived your ability to claim a privilege for those issues. You're not able to use privilege as both a sword and a shield and say, well, I'm going to release these 4 words, but I'm not going to release these 16 words. These 16 words are privileged, but these 4 words I will give to you, and there's a waiver. What a court would rule in that regard is, to the extent the 16 words relate to the 4 words, it's a waiver of the entire.
So, and that's what we talked about before. So there's 2 things that can happen with this. And it all comes down to her statement that he wouldn't prosecute Biden because Biden looked like a sympathetic old man with a bad memory. So,
yeah,
either Biden really is a sympathetic old man with a bad memory, and we've all seen him, and that tends to be where it leans. Well, then he shouldn't be president. His ass needs to be in a goddamn nursing home.
Exactly.
Or if Biden was in that interview and Biden was completely cognizant, he was answering every question, just clicking answers out, he was completely in control of his faculties. Well, then guess what? He should stand trial for having classified documents from the time he was a senator through the time he was vice president.
Yep.
So, which is it?
Yeah, they don't realize what they're actually admitting.
No,
on national television with this.
Well, that's because most people. This is again where we get back to most people in the United States being complete non-playable characters. None of them will make that connection. Which is it? They won't ask that question. If Biden is completely on top of his game, he is, completely coherent enough to be president. Well, then he was in charge of his faculties, and he should answer for those things. And if he's not able to answer for his own actions because he's just fucking a doddering old man, why is he president?
True.
And this is it kind of drills down to what I said earlier. I really and truly think that either before the DNC or during, somewhere right around that time, Biden is going to step down. He will pardon Hunter. All these things are just too much on me, family, yada, yada, whatever he's got to say. He'll step down, pardon Hunter, and then someone else will step up to take the role of running for the president for the Democrats.
Yep.
That's honestly where I think this is going. Again, get back to the Democrats will bitch about the statement about Trump being a sympathetic old man and all this horseshit, or Biden being a sympathetic old man. But they reviewed that statement before it was released to the public, and they could have pulled that statement before it was released to the public. Mm-hmm. So all of this is on script. This shit is planned all the way down to Hunter actually getting convicted.
Yep.
It is fucking theater.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same as a boiling frog.
Slowly increase the water.
Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah, it's the same as a boiling frog. My wife showed me something about, the dog. You decrease their chain kind of a link at a time as it goes over time, and they don't realize they're being, restricted that much. Yeah, it's the same as a boiling frog. If you throw them in a hot pot of water, they'll jump right out. If you throw them in a cold pot of water or a cool pot of water and you just incrementally increase the temperature, they'll boil.
Yep.
That's what's happened to Americans in freedom. It's honestly what's happened. It's been so incremental that if you look at where we're at right now with all the different laws and all the horse shit we deal with right now, if you look at what it was like when our founders actually started the country, they would have revolted already.
Oh yeah.
But it's been such an incremental change that people are comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
The government became your friend. They're here to save you. They are here for your well-being. And that's not, again, get back to the cancer, selling you more cancer to cure cancer.
Thing, because they're not going to allow you to use privilege as both a sword and a shield, which is what my colleagues on the other side seem to imply. I'd like to read 3 quotes from the Her report that put the issue that you have raised, Mr. Reschenthaler, front and center here about Mr. Biden's cognitive abilities and why the audio is so critically important. Quote, Mr. Biden's memory was significantly limited both during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017 and in his interview with our office in 2023. That's on page 5, I believe. Quote, we have also considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury jury,
words of that
as he
call.
did during our interview with him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. That is on page 6. Similar quote on page 219 of the report. And finally, Mr. Biden's memory also appeared to have significant limitations, both at the time he spoke to Zwanitzer in 2017, as evidenced by their recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by his recorded interview with our office. That's at page 207. I'd like to bring this back to actually what the purpose of this hearing is, which is
My
our
wife just
oversight
showed me something that's
responsibilities, both as the
absolutely
Judiciary
hysterical.
Committee as well as the Oversight Committee. That's what this is
Oh,
all about.
hold
And,
on, I
and I
gotta
would
share
say
this
it's
with
very
everybody.
obvious that the point of the other side is to deflect attention.
So this is like places where your kid makes you a drawing and they'll make jewelry out of it.
Yeah.
And the kid drew a picture of mommy and me that very much looked like two dicks standing next to one another, like a child's drawing. And apparently, and I'm willing to bet the dad had a hand in this. I am willing to bet he sent that drawing in. So the mom opens this jewelry box that has a necklace that looks like two dicks holding hands.
Oh,
Mommy, daughter.
oh no.
I am willing to bet dad got his ass beat over that one.
Oh no.
Hold on. I'll see what I can show this real. You can't tell me that doesn't look like that.
Oh my God.
You can't tell me. If you can, you might as well vote Democrat. That's all I got to say. Damn.
Attention. They want to deflect attention from the fact that that Joe Biden had unlawfully kept classified materials and shared them with his ghostwriter, for example. They want to deflect attention from the fact that clearly the audio and the written transcript are different, and that those differences might be incredibly significant in terms of our oversight responsibilities. It's clear under the Constitution, it's clear under the case law that judiciary and oversight have the authority to obtain information such as this in carrying out our responsibilities as the legislative branch. That is really the only.
Look, Chess, at this point, I am only trying to keep Walmart, Best Buy, and a few other places in business because all you guys keep breaking your shit. I'm a plant from the electronics industry. That's all it is. The more you guys throw phones, shoot TVs, the more it keeps them in business.
Issue that is before this committee today. All this other nonsense, all this other noise, all these other words that are being thrown against the wall are entirely irrelevant as to whether we're entitled to
Notice
this
she said
information.
words and not
And if so, by withholding it, should Merrick Garland be held in contempt of Congress? And the fact is that he should, because there is no executive privilege. Even regardless of the transcript, there is no executive privilege for the information we're seeking, number one. And number two, if there was, it has been waived and we're entitled to receive the information, the audio that we have requested. With that, I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Hageman. Mr. Nadler?
I want to point out that the Her report, contrary to the insinuations of the gentlelady from Wyoming, repeatedly states that he did not indict Biden because the evidence of a crime just did not exist. Some sample quotes on page 4 of the Her report. Quote, "We do not believe evidence is sufficient to indict," unquote.
That is not evidence doesn't exist. And this is where you get into the horseshit that comes from these people. That's not evidence didn't exist. If the evidence is there, you let the jury decide whether it is sufficient or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way that criminal trials work. But you watch him and he'll go through here and he'll read a bunch of excerpts, but notice he doesn't give you the full context of each one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Page 6, there are, quote, "innocent explanations," unquote, as to why Biden retained classified documents. Page 8, we do not.
There are innocent explanations on why that dude had 47 pounds crack in the trunk of his car.
Not, however, believe this evidence would meet the government's burden at trial, close quote.
In other words, Biden's such a fucking moron, no one would convict him.
As I said before, that is why the special prosecutor declined to.
This is just me, or what is the look on Jamie Raskin's face right there? Hold on, let's make this a little. Can we make this bigger? What is the look on this douchebag's face right here? Besides, he's getting sent dick pics. That's exactly what he just got, a bunch of dick pics. He's thinking I'd suck the shit out of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. I get a little
indict President Biden, as he states here, and that is why any reference to the president's alleged cognitive ability is gratuitous, because there's really nothing to do with this. I would like, however, to the gentlelady from Wyoming a moment ago said that there were a clear difference.
And the other point here, you see the papers that he's holding right there.
Yeah.
All right. He's holding papers that his staffer, I think it's this dude right here, handed him. And you can see him back here with this comb over, bad comb over, talking to whoever's next to him. And Jerry Nadler's mumble rapping his way through this. But yeah, he's just reading the notes his staffer gave him.
Differences between the way the Hunter Biden trial was conducted, and the legitimacy of that trial, and the illegitimacy of the Donald Trump trial in New York. Maybe she'd enlighten us as to the difference.
I'd be happy to, but I do not understand why that would be at all relevant to the discussion that we're having today. But I'm happy to have that debate with you any day of the week. But I just don't think that that's relevant to what we're discussing.
Well, you brought it up. So
I mean, we can start with.
You said it was absurd.
Wait, hold on, Miss Hag.
All right, we can start with the judge that was handpicked rather than randomly chosen, which is typical in most of your court cases. You can talk about the fact that you talked about unanimity of verdict. We don't even know what the verdict was at this point in terms of what he was allegedly convicted of unanimously. We can talk about the fact that almost every single ruling that was made by Judge Merchan in New York.
Well, hold on, we can stop that right there for just a second. So there's a huge difference in between the Trump trial and Hunter Biden's. Hunter Biden was charged with three very distinct charges that you can go read for yourself in United States Code. And they're there explicitly. Trump, they had to come up with some legal wrangling that no one has been able to cite in code for the charges. The closest they can come would have been 3 misdemeanors, but somehow they became felonies. And in the jury instructions for Trump, and again, I'm not defending Trump, but in the jury instructions for him, the judge told them, you do not have to unanimously agree on these charges. That is in the jury instructions. Hunter Biden's case, these are 3 distinct charges. You can read them in code, and you have to unanimously agree. There is a vast difference in between those 2 trials and the charges that were against them.
Yep.
And Hageman, I think, is fixing to spank him real quick.
New York was against the defense, despite the fact that when you're dealing with a criminal case, there's either typically much more of a balance, or in fact to ensure that the prosecution actually meets its burden.
Bob, you get back to give me grief soon enough, brother.
Most of the rulings would be in favor of the criminal defendant, not in favor of the prosecution. It's in the fact that the expert witness, who is the federal election, former head of the Federal Election Commission, was excluded from testifying as an expert witness in the case in New York, despite the fact that he has been qualified as an expert witness to testify on these matters throughout the entire United States. It is the fact that there were other witnesses that were excluded. There was substantial evidence, prejudicial evidence that was admitted during the course of the trial. And then when you look at what happened with Hunter Biden, the prosecution was very precise, very specific about the nature of the statute that was at issue and how he violated it. And then they brought in the evidence from the family members, the ex-wife, the girlfriend, Bo's widow, the young girlfriend, all of the testimony, him reading the book, all of the testimony. The evidence was overwhelming that Hunter Biden had violated the specific statute at issue. So there's dramatic differences in terms of how the New York case was handled versus how the case against Hunter Biden was handled. If you'd like to spend another 3 or 4 hours, we can go outside and I can give you additional evidence to that effect.
All right, I just want to refocus. So I started the line of questions with this. It looks like I'm going to
And
end
that
it with
is
this. I
what
really
you
think
call
we've
a
got to
spanking.
refocus everything on the one question that's before us, and that is, can the executive branch defy a subpoena that is lawfully issued and is also valid? I would make the argument that the answer to that is no, and I think that's the one issue. But the chairman has been incredibly generous with his time to me, so I'm going to go ahead and yield.
And this is kind of an off the topic point, but Democrats bring it up during this hearing because they subpoenaed Jim Jordan and a couple other people over the January 6th stuff. And Jim Jordan and a couple other people just ignored the subpoenas. But that's why he was talking about a subpoena being valid and someone basically ignoring it, which if you read into that, because if a subpoena is not valid and you ignore it, well, then, I mean, the subpoena just wasn't valid in the first place. That's why he said that the way he did. Talking about a subpoena being valid. Because there were a lot of subpoenas for all the stuff on January 6th, where they subpoenaed Jim Jordan and a few other members of Congress to come testify, and they ignored it. And they should have. Because they just didn't fucking become part of the clown show at that point. And that's all that shit was a fucking clown show.
Yep.
Fucking chess. Chessboard's always a hoot. And chess, dude, throw your channel down in the chat, brother. Let everybody else know about it, because Chess has a channel. Chess does a lot shorter stuff, which most people do shorter stuff than I do, because we tend to do a whole lot of really long form stuff. Matter of fact, I'm only going to go just a little bit longer, but the rest of you guys that have channels, throw your channels out in the chat. That's why you have wrenches. Outlaw, you do the same. Everybody.
Okay.
Throw your channels out in the chat. That way everybody can connect. Even if someone watches this later, hopefully they'll catch everybody's channels. That's the reason I throw wrenches at all you guys, because I want everybody to connect. You guys have all heard me say it before. I want it to be a fucking mosh pit.
Can you quit throwing monkey wrenches at me?
I throw a monkey wrench at you, but I ain't got one. The most I can do is 2 coupled AR mags.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm not joking. They're right here.
Move, X-Lax.
Oh shit. Yeah, let me grab that real quick.
Yeah, grab it and throw it in there, brother. Because we can do just a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to get out of here. Me and the wife are going to cook some dinner.
Yeah, I'm fixing to have to get busy too, cooking supper. So,
dude, I did some damn chicken fried rice last night. That was fucking really good.
Oh, that sounds good. I may do that.
And the wife asked me what I was cooking, and it's another one of those. I don't know. I say that a lot. I have like 37 things sitting on the counter. What are you cooking? I don't know. Just kind of roll with it. It turns out pretty good.
I'll know when it's done.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the way I roll a lot of times. What do you got? A pork loin, fucking gunpowder? I'll figure something out.
Put it back here for you guys on front.
Yeah, definitely.
Gunpowder to sear the edges.
Yeah, you just got to sear the edges a little bit. It'll be all right. Get it up to 130 something, 140 something. It'll be cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
well, you do a hell of a damn pork loin. My wife said that pork loin I cooked the other day was delicious. Yeah, she does a hell of a damn pork loin. Yes, you have. I need to sing your praises on how far you've come since we got married, because you were like a 2-hit wonder at that point. Mac and cheese and something else. Yeah, well, grilled cheese sandwiches.
Oh, that's something I'm fixing to start making here shortly. I'm thinking about putting like crumbled bacon and stuff in mine.
Ooh. Oh man. I wonder. Can you imagine a triple coronary with bacon inside the grilled cheese sandwiches?
Oh my god.
I know there was bacon on it, but what if there was bacon inside the grilled cheese sandwiches?
When I make a grilled cheese, I do garlic butter.
Oh yeah, dude, damn.
Yeah, I'll mix a little garlic butter up and throw some garlic powder and stuff on it, onion powder. And I try to use I gotta put different cheese for different people. Some people can't have the hot stuff. I like to use pepper jack cheese sometimes.
Oh yeah, pepper jack's good. As long as you don't throw some ghost at me, man.
Oh,
I can't do the ghost cheese. I can't.
There used to be
I don't mind stuff that's spicy. I love spicy. I can't stand when it's so hot I can't feel my tongue. That's about where I draw the line.
I'm the same. I knew a guy that used to put mustard on his grilled cheese.
Dude, I can almost see that. With the right cheese, I can see that.
Back, but I'd like to thank all the witnesses for being here.
Joe Moore,
Chair, thanks. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you. We've covered a lot of ground and very little of it relevant to the question before the Rules Committee today, or the question that was presented so spectacularly to Oversight and Judiciary a couple of weeks
You
back.
gotta love Ghost Pep. No, I don't.
We've had a year and a half of investigations, depositions, written testimony, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. And House Republicans have not turned up any evidence of wrongdoing by the president or his associates. And it's quite a contrast. I mean, there are no impeachable offenses by a man who has lived his entire adult life in the glare of public life. It's been decades. And of course, this is a marked contrast to the former president who spent decades shirking the law and his tax obligations with shady real estate deals, and whose criminal conduct.
Okay. We're going to let this play a little bit. But seriously, Trump has basically been investigated by the government since what, about 2014? Somewhere around there?
Yeah.
And the most they could come up with is payments to a porn star and, oh my God, he overstated property, he got a loan and then paid everything back plus interest. If you put the complete power of the government investigating Joe Biden, honestly, you could find all of his shady dealings in Ukraine, all of his shady dealings with China, all that, and have his ass in jail for fucking treason in about, I don't know, 3 months.
Yeah.
Smart people and common sense putting laws
Garlic
cannot get
bread.
their agenda.
Garlic bread, grilled cheese. Ooh.
Yeah, Chess, 100%. There's no doubt about that. But that's why we end up with people like her who will sit there and defend Joe Biden and Democrats all day long. And they mentioned, I think later in this, about Bob Menendez and a couple other Democrats that are getting prosecuted. I think they might have mentioned a little bit of it earlier. But trust me, if you are a Democrat and you get prosecuted for something, all it is you piss some other Democrat off that had more power than you, and they decided to let the system have their way.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. You got voted off the island.
Yep.
That's all there is to it. You got voted off the island. You thought you were too big for your britches, and they decided to put you in your place. If it was anything different than that, why don't we have Epstein's flight logs and all of his freaking client list yet?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, my Christmas lights have about as big a chance of hanging themselves as Epstein did, and I ain't hanging them bitches unless I have to.
Tom Hanks just happened to be a dual citizen of London.
Yes, all of a sudden. And it'd be amazed how many of these big leftists have moved to non-extradition countries. All of a sudden.
Yeah.
I feel like a more tropical climate.
I mean,
we live in California.
We are sincerely at the point of now it's time to take action.
Dude, we've been at that point for a long time.
Yeah.
The hardest thing is again, we get back to those of us who want to be left alone, live our lives, take care of our families. We tend to be very independent people. We're not followers.
Yep.
And then we get, I don't know, a killdozer who just gets pissed off because he's getting so screwed over by the government. He welds a bunch of steel plate to a bulldozer and starts wrecking a town. Because they're destroying his life. They destroyed his life. But you don't see the vast majority of Americans being like, fuck it, where's my bulldozer? So there's nothing to really rally around. And that's where the left gets us in a lot of cases. The leftist status, the right status, that's where they get us into a box. Because we all just want to live our lives. We want to take care of our families. We want to live a peaceful life. If it gets to the point where something happens and there is a rallying point behind this for those vast majority of Americans, this shit changes.
Yep.
I just don't know what that rallying point is. I don't think it's Trump. Not at all. Do I think that would be one more little straw on a camel's back? Yeah, I do. But because anybody who acts, let's face it, they get called a lone wolf and, oh, they were this extremist, because the person that wins it gets to write the history. They get to write the narrative.
Yep.
That's why my ultimate thing is right now, especially, just keep your powder dry. You'll know when it's that time. And until then, keep your powder dry. Chill out. When it gets that bad, it'll get that bad. And then it'll be that time. But for right now, no. Just don't go off and do no stupid shit. Just live your life. Now, can you do, again, like I said earlier, a channel like mine? My channel is my voice. This is the way I get to fucking bitch and complain. It's the only way I have to kind of fight back. Because I can't call up my congressman and get an honest answer and actually tell them what I think. I don't have anybody that's really advocating. Unless you figure, if you get into like gun groups, you're talking about like GOA and Firearms Policy Coalition, Second Amendment Foundation, Virginia Citizens Defense League, and a bunch of like that. Yeah, I have those people. And I try like as much as I can to support those people. But that's a very small part of this. If you want to see serious change, that's a small part of this. It's a very important part, but it's a small part. Because there has to be a systemic shift from the power of the government back to the power of the individual. When you see that, then things get better. Until you see that, it's just one more paper cut after one more paper cut after one more paper cut of just sliding downhill and getting bled out. You don't have enough tourniquets to stop this.
Became glaringly apparent when he stepped
Bradley,
out of
what's up,
those
brother?
shadows and his lack of respect for the rule of law and for constitutional norms. And it is that contrast and its political implications that seem to have brought us here today. We've seen over the last year and a half, we've seen one conspiracy theory after another get shot down or evaporate when it was exposed to the light of day. But our Republican colleagues have doubled down on those theories, including some pretty spectacular ones today, wasting the time and money of 3 separate congressional committees on a wild goose chase that has not.
All right, my wife was telling me she saw one of the tests.
So after all these failures, they've manufactured this crazy
in Seal,
controversy
Alabama,
to try to kick around the attorney general and to justify this baseless contempt resolution. It's
That
another
worthless
desperate
pile of
attempt
electric
to
shit.
save face after
a big
once
steaming
that, it would be
pile.
ridiculous, but after a failed investigation, there is no crime, there is no wrongdoing, there are no impeachable offenses, but it's an election year.
Now, hold on.
And as
Let's say this. So, Seal, Alabama, you've seen my internet cut out plenty of times.
Oh yeah.
Someone owns a truck completely dependent on the electrical grid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. let's play that game.
some of our colleagues on this committee have said, Republican majority hasn't accomplished anything. So here we are, there's no
I
legitimate
wonder why when
legislative
you people stack the
purpose for
courts and
forcing the
block them at
DOJ
every move
to
they
turn over
make.
audio
Yep.
tapes of its interviews with President Biden. It has the transcript, which was certified by the Trump appointee special counsel as being a true and accurate transcript of those interviews. Although we're now hearing today some suggestion that somehow it's not.
If it's a true and accurate transcript, what is the harm of letting the audio go?
Yep.
If it's going to be like R.C. Bray, who is a narrator for books that I dearly love, that dude is outstanding. If you ever get into R.C. or audiobooks, R.C. Bray is like crack. He makes books come alive. So if it's like R.C. Bray reading the transcript, why are you worried about the audio? Because again, we get back to those two reasons. One, Biden is sharp enough to where he should face prosecution, or he's so fucking inept he shouldn't be in the White House.
Yep.
Those are the two sides of that scale.
Yep. Yep.
And if he was on that interview and he was sharp, he was calling everything out, he was on point the whole damn time, 5 hours worth of interview, why is he not being charged? And they don't want to answer that.
So then my theory was correct. They have things on that tape that can be used against him.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's painfully obvious, especially given some of the doctoring that we saw just this weekend of presidential remarks and videos and such. This is to distract. This is to distort. This is to push out more lies. And the repetition of the lies doesn't make them any less untrue. So it's a waste of congressional
One
time.
thing about it, you got to hand to the Democrats. They are unified in what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Representative Raskin.
These people are all, they've been briefed. They're all on the same page.
Yes.
They know where their money's coming from, who signs their paychecks. Man, they're on the ball with this.
That is something that the left has always been good at, is that hive mind collective, staying on topic and staying on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Right? let's face it, as anybody other than these leftists, we tend to think for ourselves. We have our own questions, and we tend to be vocal about them. Not with Democrats. They are in that cage, and they refuse to let anybody out of it. And when you let someone out of it, or someone like John Fetterman, of all people, fucking Shrek, decides to ask questions, oh shit, they got to get his ass back on the goddamn plantation. They got to get his ass back in the cage.
Oh yeah.
Because how dare he disagree with him? I'm telling you, Fetterman didn't have a stroke. He grew a brain. He's still figuring out how to use it, but he grew a brain. There was a post from him yesterday or today, because he's questioned stuff about plenty of leftist topics. And he basically did a post that said he didn't leave the Progressive Party left him. No, Shrek, you just actually figured out that two of your brain cells met each other and decided to talk. And when those two brain cells decided to talk to one another, you figured out your entire party was full of shit. And now you're just trying to how to deal with come out of the fucking closet. That's where he's at. He's no, look, no, don't let me go there. Don't let me go there. Don't let me go there. Let's listen to this.
Push to hold the Attorney General in contempt being a matter of oversight, although it's allegedly with respect to this crazy impeachment effort. Do you have any comment?
Well, I'm sorry my friend Mr. Reschenthaler is not here because I take him to be a really serious lawyer. And his assertion is that we can hold, or we should hold in contempt any attorney general or president of the United States, for that matter, or cabinet member who withholds any document. I just want to know, both retroactively with respect to the more than 100 investigations where Donald Trump stonewalled Congress, whether he believes that contempt properly was in play there, and he would have supported contempt against President Trump, and whether he would support contempt in the future against any president who has a disagreement. A lot of these are substantive arguments being made about executive privilege, but of course, presidents, White Houses of both Democratic and Republican prominence assert executive privilege all the time. Should we be holding the president in contempt every time there's a disagreement over executive privilege? Of course, Donald Trump did it in the Mazars case, and he lost that case when we finally went to the Supreme Court. We didn't hold him in contempt in the meantime. We're still trying to get documents that we were granted under the Mazars case. This would be a great opportunity for Mr. Chairman, who's a newfound champion of transparency and light and disclosure, to announce today that he will turn over all of the documents that he's cooperated with Trump's lawyers in suppressing from Mazars. And I wonder whether he would feel at this point all of those Mazars documents should be turned over. And this is not a joke. This is for real stuff. And why does it have to be a partisan question? So there might be some interesting issues raised in court about the difference between a written or an audio transcript. I'm not convinced by what they're saying, but I do think it is truly absurd to say it rises to the level of holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt when they were defending a president who blocked more than 100 different investigations, including an impeachment investigation, which is perhaps the most serious power we wield, because that's how we control presidents who engage in high crimes and misdemeanors and corrupt attacks on the U.S. Constitution.
Well, and as famously as we know, that impeachment in part hinged upon the fact that the then president refused to answer questions, refused to show up and cooperate.
Well, it's like in his case, I'm struck by Ms. Hageman's remarks because I'm actually amazed at the similarities between these two cases. Both Joe Biden, both Hunter Biden and Donald Trump were given the presumption of innocence. Both were given a jury trial. Both had a right to counsel, which they exercised by paying for exceptional private counsel. Both of them had a right to testify. Neither of them chose to testify, including Donald Trump, who now wants to testify to the
Okay, let's throw a couple of things out here real quick. Raise your hand in the audience if you think you ought to talk to law enforcement. If someone says, I am here to investigate this crime to put you in prison, what do you do? For those of you looking for the cliff notes of the whole thing, you shut the fuck up. You don't say a word. The difference in between these two things is Hunter Biden had already put out a book describing how he was a crackhead at the time he bought the gun, and then he had a laptop showing him smoking crack at the time he bought the gun, and then he got his text messages where he was describing smoking crack days before he got the gun and after he got the gun. So there's a little bit of difference in between that, Jamie Raskin, you fucking sleazeball. This guy's like Chuck Schumer. He has to have an absolute dedicated detail behind him everywhere he goes to mop up the fucking slime trail. He is such a sleaze. You think that's hair product in his hair that keeps it swept back? No, that's just his natural slime. I could have kept a straight face, but you fuckers started laughing. You guys ruined good jokes. Yeah.
I can see the green scaliness of his reptilian skin.
At best, that's the come from his boyfriend. At best.
Oh my God, man. Yeah. That Joker's forehead is pounded, man. Golly. You can see him trying to think up a lie.
Hey, and in his defense, his forehead does not get pounded near as much as his chin.
Oh God. I can think of a few. Never mind.
I gotta let this play. I told the wife we got about 5 minutes, and I gotta get off here. So
yeah, I got to get supper myself.
World about how it was the fix was in and it was rigged and all that stuff, but he wasn't willing to get up on the stand and testify about why he didn't do it. No, he didn't want to do that. Fair enough. He exercised his constitutional right. Both of them had a right to jury trial, and both of them had a right to unanimous verdict. And in both cases, the jury unanimously found in Trump's case that he was guilty on 34 different counts, and in Hunter Biden's case that he was guilty on 3 different counts. Now, Ms. Hagman made a series of what are essentially
again, we hit that earlier.
Yeah.
Trump's jury was basically told there are 34 counts. You don't have to find him unanimous. It's in their jury instructions. You don't have to find him unanimously guilty. If 4 of you think he did one thing and 4 of you think he did another thing and 4 of you think he did another thing, he's guilty. That is completely different than 4 actual code violations in the United States Criminal Code and the judge going, if you think he did this, he's guilty. If you think he did this, he's guilty. And if you think he did this, he's guilty. But all of you have to agree that he did these things. Those are 2 completely separate cases. But this sumbitch can stand there, sit there, probably on a giant dick, and lie to your face. He will never get called on it. And he is testifying in front of a congressional panel. And anybody else doing that would go down for perjury at the very least. But no, slimeball sleaze over here who ought to have a fucking shell on his back and nuts on his chin. Nope, he gets to say whatever he wants. Every time he opens his mouth, there ought to be a fucking cum bubble pop. Sorry, yeah, we're gonna have to end this quick because if not, like it's gonna go off the fucking rails.
valid arguments. For example, she says that this or that witness should have been allowed to testify beyond the domain that the judge allowed him to testify. For example, Brad Smith was allowed to testify within a certain range, but not on irrelevant things. Now, she says, it should have been the full 100 yards of the football field and not the 20 yards that he was allowed to testify on. Great, that's an appellate argument. Ms. Hagman sounds like an excellent criminal defense appeals lawyer, but is it grounds for attacking the rule of law in America and the system of justice in New York, much less the federal system of justice, which had nothing to do with it? And they're deliberately confusing people
of
about
justice in New York. Go ask Dexter Taylor about the system of justice in New York, and then get back to me.
Again, the laws that you people wrote behind closed doors that is supposed to be we the people making the decision on, because it affects us directly. But yet you took it upon you people self to be tyrannical and pass it anyway, because you have deals with all kinds of people in the House and Senate, judicial, legislative, executive, and yet that's the rule of law.
Okay. Yeah. I do, however, have another point because my brain's like a squirrel. And let me. Now you're showing up, you bastard. Hold on. So let me make this bigger. Does this dude right here not look like the dollar store John Wick?
That guy behind him does, yeah.
That just hit me. I had to share it with the rest of the class.
What would his name be? John Dick?
Yeah, probably.
John
So
Slick.
if he's behind Jamie Raskin, there's a dick in there somewhere.
John Slick.
John Dick. Yeah, probably. What are you doing, man?
John Slick.
Green, you're getting massive feedback. Either mute something or something.
I can't hear anything. My cat's screaming in the background.
He may have YouTube open with StreamYards.
Yeah, if you got YouTube open
I
on the other one,
just closed it.
Okay.
Yeah,
now
I just closed. I just realized how I'm a little faded. So.
How you doing besides being?
I can't open my eyes all the way.
You done taking you some pain meds gummy again, didn't you?
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then my daughter's pen. So.
Oh yeah. So if you guys don't know Green's a good buddy of mine. I know this Joker in person. And he's really cool, really good guns.
Another Alabamian.
Yeah, another Alabamian.
Yeah.
He's right over there.
Oh,
in Lee
yeah.
County, not far from me.
Well, you guys are I think I can't remember where is Still at. I'm in the Birmingham area, so
we're southeast of you.
Yeah. I'm up here with all the never mind.
Yeah. Green, he's not too far.
I got a bunch of friends in Birmingham. So
Green's not far from me. We're more on the Georgia line, kind of middle of the state.
Well, I'm kind of in the Bessemer, Newtown area. I'm trying not to dox myself, but yeah.
Dude, Green, go ahead and get the cat high and save yourself the trouble.
Shit, I can't even hear, man. Let me just figure out what's wrong with this motherfucker. God damn. What
For
the
those
fuck?
of you
Oh
don't
shit,
know,
I forgot I still got a goddamn wound vac. I'm about to walk the fuck off and kill myself.
Yes, don't leave that behind. He had for those of you guys don't know, he was reloading and some shit popped the other day.
Yeah,
so he's got about a 2-inch hole in his chest.
Have either of you guys watched what's that guy's name? Kentucky Ballistics?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He shot
I love
himself
that
with
show.
that 50 cal.
Yeah, that's
Oh, he
kind of what
didn't
happened.
shoot himself with it. It blew up in his face.
Yeah.
That was oh God.
Are you better
What
now?
was
Are
what
you
was
good?
the gun designer's name?
What do you want?
That Joker's lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Well, what happened was he got a hold of the hot round. So
somebody reloaded the Sabo
Yeah.
round with pistol powder instead of rifle powder.
it's something like that. It should have been about like 80
That ain't good.
something, 80 something or 70 something thousand pounds of pressure. And it had to be up a Serbu. That's who it was. That's the gun he was shooting. It was a Mark Serbu's gun. It was a single shot 50 cal. And it
Yeah.
should have been, 70 something thousand pounds of pressure. And it had to be up over 20 something or 120 something pounds of pressure to blow that cat back like it did. Because Mark Serbu has been designing guns for a long time. He's really good.
Yeah, the Serbu rifles are great.
Yeah. But however, if you take a grenade and throw it in the chamber and pull the trigger, it's not going to work out well. And that's what Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't know where he got those Ralphus rounds at. He was trying to shoot, but they were way too freaking hot.
Oh yeah, he ordered them off of something, and it could have been Gunbrook, could have been anywhere. I can't remember the exact thing, but yeah, they were loaded
by Banggood.
Way too hot.
Well, y'all live in Alabama. Y'all know us rednecks. We got to blow shit up and shoot guns.
Yeah, he's from Kentucky. He took that to the next level.
Man, we got a place up here, not far from me, up in Jasper that sells. I don't know if you guys know where Jasper's at.
Yeah,
I know where
They
Jasper's
sell they sell tannerite in one of them local gun stores up there. Son, we was blowing
tannerite.
We sell tannerite everywhere, man.
I love it,
dude. The best.
I'm surprised we can't buy tannerite at Walmart.
That's what I'm saying.
My wife just giggled as soon as I said that. The best tannerite I've ever seen was the tannerite her mom made.
Oh, okay.
And she did two at the first. One was kind of a test run, and then the other one was for our son's gender reveal. At 100 yards, that shit would make your pants legs wiggle.
Oh,
and I ain't even shitting. You felt it in 100 yards.
We were setting up targets out in the field and shooting that shit with AKs and 272s and 245 and all that, 30 alt 6, all that stuff. Anyway, we were blowing shit up so loud they had the cops roll in on us and like, hey, what are y'all out here doing? Oh, I think it was on the 4th of July one year, like 2 years ago. Oh, they got pissed, man. Cops hated us.
Destroying government property.
Dude, we blow up so much shit at our fucking shop. Like New Year's, Memorial Day, Veterans Day,
Hell yeah.
4th of July. So there's a hardware store down here off of Highway 8. It's called Dan's Hardware. And the owner lives probably a quarter mile from our shop. Went into work. We at the shop, we blew up 20 pounds at one time. One setting.
That'll leave a
The
crater.
freaking next day, I went over to Dan's Hardware and he goes, holy crap, was that y'all blowing stuff up? I'm like, yeah. He goes, dude, you rattled the windows in my house.
Dude, that
That'll leave a
tannerite,
crater.
and I shit you not, that tannerite my mother-in-law made on the initial gender reveal, and it blew pink powder everywhere. She used the same amount of store-bought tannerite for my son's gender reveal. Wasn't even a quarter of that much explosive. And it was it looked like the freaking difference in between, I don't know, blowing up half your house and then taking 2 handfuls of powder and throwing them in the air. There was a distinct difference in between those two.
Usually that comes down to the difference in what type of aluminum powder.
Yes.
Like the composition of it and how small it is. Like you can go online, you can order, I think it's Turkish black or German black. It's a powder for making fireworks, and it's aluminum powder, but it is so freaking fine. Oh,
and that's what it came down to.
That stuff makes a big bada boom.
She made the first batch, and I think it was about the size of like a mayonnaise jar, like a plastic mayonnaise jar for the first one. The test and then the actual gender reveal.
Mm-hmm.
And then she used the same amount, of course, for my sons. And that was, I mean, besides figuring out I was having a son, that was like a serious letdown. It was like, hold on, I remember the first one. The whole hillside was pink for 6 months.
Yeah, you mentioned Walmart. Our Walmart used to sell. Our Walmart up here used to sell guns in the store. You could buy ammunition and everything, and they just, I don't know what
Ours
happened.
still does. You just can't buy you can't buy anything cool. I mean,
no pistol ammo. Yeah, no pistol ammo. No. Ours, even in Columbus, Georgia, when we were living over there, which was, I mean, it's right across the river from us, or even the Phoenix City Walmart. You used to be able to go in there and you could pick up a Semi-auto, you could pick up 223 or 556 or 9 mil,
Mhm.
and now you can't. It's all that shit's done. But I'm old enough to remember where you could walk in Walmart and buy a damn 357 Magnum revolver. So
You just about have to go to a gun show or gun stores or pawn shops or any of that around here now, or like those swap meets or whatever.
yeah. Which the Lee County flea
We
market
should be able to go to the
now,
Bass Pro Shop. It's not too far from that area.
Bass Pro
Yeah, no.
Shops up there in Leeds, right behind the Barber Motorsports track.
Which way? I
Yeah.
mean, we got a few places where you can get stuff. Speaking of that, Green, when's the last time you checked the price on primers by us?
I ain't bought primers in forever, man. We got lucky and we picked up an estate sale full of primers for like $50, man. We got probably 6 bricks of 1,000.
Damn.
Oh God.
So, I mean,
But
the old lady wanted the shit gone. Some of them are kind of bad. You know, every once in a while you'll get a bad primer out of it. You just look at them and check and see. It's like, oh yeah, that one's corroded. Throw it in the trash.
I got to bust Green's balls real fast. Better than a swim around, you
Here we go.
dirty
Come
bastard.
on, let me have it. Come on.
But you're right,
It's been
though.
about a month since we brought this up, so come on, give it a kick.
But you're right, though. That Bass Pro Shops it's nice as hell. And then you got the Buc-ee's right there that they just built. Everybody's up in that motherfucking Buc-ee's.
I can go forever.
She's giving
My
me
wife is a
photos.
Buc-ee's nut. She loves. She's okay. So she was
Who's fixing to get
a
a spank?
certified personal trainer at a gym here locally.
Yeah.
Now she works for a hot air balloon or hot air blimp company, airship company, as a
Yeah.
crewman. So she's going all over the fucking place. They're in New York City right now. She sent me a picture the other day. She's swimming in the pool. She got a damn Buc-ee's fucking swimsuit on.
And for those of you who aren't aware, let me explain this to you. His wife is pocket size. That's the reason she's on a balloon, because she's not much weight.
Oh, wow.
They could lift her with like 2
she's
fucking
little.
normal balloons
Oh man.
from the dollar
Yeah,
store.
she's looking at a hot air balloon that she wants to buy, and it's
Mhm.
only, I think it's like maybe a 50,000 cubic feet balloon, which in hot air balloons that's freaking tiny. It's basically a 2-person balloon.
Oh God.
Your
So,
big ass.
but the
ain't
one
getting
she's
up
been
in it.
training on here locally is like 75,000 cubic feet, and that thing will take up like 4 people my size.
Oh my God. You know, the only thing that
And
I've
I'm
ever
a big dude.
Yeah, Green ain't small. 6 and some change.
Oh, you're about like
2,
me
50-ish,
then. I'm 6'1".
He
Yeah.
ain't small.
I'm 6'1" and I'm nearly like 275, 280 pounds.
Yeah,
That's
this
about
dude
where
comes
I'm at.
over and shakes my hand. I look like a fucking hobbit.
You are a hobbit.
The closest thing I've ever wanted to do
surprised
to
you wear
that is
boots.
probably those paraglides, where they call them, with the motors on the back of the seat.
Oh, the parasailers.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I'm not much of an
Ultralights. Those
adrenaline junkie
ultralights.
though.
Yeah, well, you've got the
I
paragliders are
am.
the ones that have more like the parachute canopy, and then the
Yeah.
motor,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
paraglider
like
is
a-
more like a hang glider with
Looks
a
like
motor.
somebody stole a freaking shop fan and put it on the back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as Flying Rich would say, that's flying lawn furniture. And
It is.
Brother, I get scared getting 2 foot off the ground. I ain't much of a heights person either.
No, not me
I
either.
start freaking out when I can't touch ground.
I would more
just
than
take a
likely
step, you'll
jump
touch the
out of
ground
a perfectly
eventually.
good airplane.
My granddad
I
said it
will.
ain't that fall that kills you, it's that
Me,
sudden
I will.
stop.
That's the thing. That's like,
Yeah.
as terrified of heights as I am, I've done 2 bungee jumps, and I found those absolutely fun as shit. And I am terrified of heights.
Well, it's because
I
you're
don't like
tethered
getting
off.
up on my single-story roof.
Yeah, I get nervous getting on a ladder on the side of my house cleaning gutters off. Like I just like, oh, I don't like this.
You know, funnily enough, I will jump out of anything. But I hate getting I hate climbing tall ladders. like around the house to like clean the ceiling fan. It's a 12-foot fucking ceiling. Nope,
Yeah.
I don't like fucking
Yeah.
doing it. I feel like I'm gonna die.
That's almost me. My wife was just
But,
breaking my balls
You know,
because
you take me up 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet. I have no fucking fear.
Man,
yeah.
them
My
crazy
wife's just
jokers.
breaking my balls because, like, when we go deer hunting or climbing stands, she hunts
Yeah.
higher than I do. I may get up
Yeah.
about 15, 20 foot. That's as high as I hunt. My
Yeah.
wife will be up in like the nosebleed section. Probably because I have more sense.
That's Alicia.
But
Oh man.
just saying. And if you see me get knocked out in a second, because I said the thing.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know that little redhead's not in the room when you said that.
Yeah. You just suddenly see me go to sleep. What was that thud? I don't know. Coop snoring. That's what happened. Just to let you guys know.
No, dude, my wife had never used a climbing stand before. We're over at my buddy's house, and we were cutting down trees, and he's like, "Well, I need to get some of these limbs down, and I'd like to get this rope up in the top." My wife's like, "Well, how are you gonna get it up there?" And he goes, "I'm gonna send your husband up there in a climbing stand." I was like, "The fuck you are? You're climbing up that damn tree in that climber." And my wife goes, "Show me how to use it. I'll do it."
Oh God.
It's fucking dark as shit outside. I'm holding a flashlight on the ground and she's still fucking going up this tree. And I'm like, "Alicia, it's dark. Come on back down." She goes, "No. Just one more limb. Just keeps going one more fucking limb." And I'm looking up there and I've got 150 foot of fucking rope. And she's probably 40 feet up this fucking tree. I'm like,
Oh my God.
"Sweetheart." She started complaining she was having problems getting a tight enough grip on the climber because it's starting to, we're at the bottom of the tree. She's at the top of this fucking thing. This thing got narrow. I'm like, "That means you need to come down."
We had a cat, an old cat that ran out of the house one day and climbed my uncle's tree next door. That joker was probably up a good 50, 60 feet up in that tree. My uncle just takes the ladder and gets up under that cat and he knocks him out of the tree, but the cat lands on its feet and lives. So animal lovers, the cat lived, but he spent like 2 hours knocking this cat's legs out from under him, trying to get him off that tree. That cat was latched on with all fours. He wasn't letting go of that tree. He kept meow, meow, and finally he just got up under his belly and hooked that cat and got him down. But
I had a bad
Me and my wife have literally seen
experience
a
in a tree
squirrel.
stand one time.
Go ahead, brother.
Squirrel. Yeah, so we're out hunting on the power lines. I was probably, I don't know, 15
You know
years
what I'm
old.
talking about.
Fucking dark as shit outside because, it's time to go hunting in the morning. And my cousin's like, "Hey, I'm going to put you in the stand. Just climb up those pegs on the side of that tree and you'll get to the top." All right, cool. Dark, can't see what I'm doing. I climb up this fucking tree, get in the damn stand. And I'm like, "Okay." Well, he says there's a seat belt, so we might want to put that on. All right, seat belt. That's pretty cool in case I fall asleep, right? Put this fucking seatbelt on. The sun comes up. I look out. I'm not in a fucking tree. I'm goddamn 40 or probably 20 feet up on a damn ladder stand that's nailed to a tree. All it is pegs in the side. And this tree's probably as big around as my fucking leg.
oh God.
Ooh, every time the wind would blow, I thought I was going over.
Oh man.
Yeah,
We
sun
had
come up, I got
one-
out that damn tree.
A buddy of mine's property, it's been years ago. We have what we call the flying squirrel stand. And it's one of them old swamp oaks that goes up and it twists and then it has this huge limb that comes over.
Mhm.
And I started to climb that one day, and it's basically big spikes in the tree to hold on to and climb until you get to that big Y and then get on it. I didn't get halfway up there, and I climbed back down. I told Dale, "Fuck you. There's no way I'm hunting that stand." Because it had to have been 60 foot up in the air. Had to have been.
Oh, yeah.
And no, even my fat ass right then, and I was early 20s. Nope, I wasn't doing it. And I've done some crazy shit in my life. I'd rather take an alligator in the bottom of the river than climb that damn stand. And whoever put it up, I don't know how they hauled their nuts up that goddamn tree.
in a
It
backpack.
may have been why there was a groove right in between all the spikes.
Man, we've been riding on side by sides before and climbed shit like that. And I'm like, where the fuck do these kids get these balls of steel to just climb straight up shit? And
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you right now, I have been in the water to go get snatch hooks in the middle of gator seasons when I knew there was a 10 plus and a half foot alligator within 10 yards of me. I've done that. Did it twice in the same day, as a matter of fact. I have done plenty of other crazy shit. But when it comes to heights, nope, fuck you. I'm out.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm the same way. And my nephew took me up in a side by side up a hill, just almost damn straight up. And I'm like, it wasn't just any side by side. It was like one of them Honda, the kind like you use on farms. Got the
The
dump bed and
Rangers.
stuff on the back. Yeah, yeah. And it's trying to climb this joker on a stock Honda gate or whatever you call it, going straight up this hill, man. Got his kid in the back seat. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Crest the top
We're
of the
going
hill, and
to
you feel
die.
you feel this thing seesaw on the top of
You
the
want
hill. And I'm
me
like, oh shit, here we
You want
go.
to heat the grill up?
Oh, we made it, but I was like, ain't no way I'm doing this again. Side of that son of a bitch, and it pitch dark in the middle of the morning too, like 1 o'clock in the morning.
My damn, it's been years ago. Hell, I was mid-teens. And I've always been sketchy on heights. We were in Arkansas visiting family. And my crazy ass Uncle Bobby, a Marine from Vietnam, I loved that dude. He called over to my grandmother's house, my nanny's house, and was like, hey, I need him to come help me put up these road signs. And I agreed to it like a dumb bastard because I thought it was, hey, road signs, you stand on the ground, you put these signs up. No, the first one we hit was basically a set of telephone poles that had another set of telephone poles nailed to them on the side of the interstate. It was at least 60 foot up. At least. And my little crazy ass went up there and hung this fucking banner for him. And I kind of took it like a champ. We were talking, we were in the truck stop, the Delta truck stop right off the side of the interstate in Wheatley, Arkansas later that day, after we did a couple others that weren't that high. And dude said, hey, did you hang that sign up? He said, no, I had him do it. I said, why didn't you do it? He said, you couldn't put the best piece of pee up there and made me go do it. And I was like, gee, thanks, Unc. Bobby used to get into more shit, man. Man, I still miss that dude to this day. But yeah, my little scared of heights ass. And the funny thing, you got the catwalk right in front of that big ass billboard sign to kind of walk on. There ain't no harnesses involved in this shit. It's just monkey on the wire at that point.
Oh my God.
And I hung it, got back down. I can see the ground of this day looking off of that sign. Because on the back side of it, it was even taller than it was on the front fucking side.
So both of you know, I don't know if Bob here knows, but Birmingham's got a what is that? The Vulcan Park up there on top of the mountain.
The Vulcan statue, yeah.
You know, you can go up there in that thing and get to the very top, and you're like looking out over Birmingham and the rest of, you know. My brother took me over there one day after a job. We got done over there in what was that, Liberty Park over there in Mount Brook.
Yep.
He takes me up in this joker, and I don't know how high that thing is, like what, 40, 50 feet up in the air?
At least.
Like
Oh, it's more than that. I
you
don't
get
remember off the top of my head,
outside,
but it's more than 40 feet.
you climb them stairs and get all the way up to the top, and you're on this like metal grate that goes all the way around the outer edge of that thing. No, you can see straight through the floor all the way around. There's no solid nothing there. It's just you can see the floor under your feet, see the ground. Dude, I was hugging the side of that building so hard. My legs felt like spaghetti. I'm like, no, get me the fuck out of here, dude. He's just sitting there laughing. Like, come on, man, you're tough. You can do it. I'm like, fuck this. Get me out of here, man.
You want to see something worse than me? Years ago, me and the wife had to go to Atlanta for some stuff. And we ended up staying on like, I don't know, the 30-something fucking floor of this place right off of Peachtree. But the elevators are, of course, you got the doors on the inside, and then the outside is nothing but clear glass. So you can see the lobby when you take off. She would not face the outside of that elevator to save her goddamn life. It was like trying to throw a cat in a goddamn bathtub. You're going to get your ass whipped. And I mean, I'm serious. We were on like the 32nd floor, 34th floor, some shit like that. Yeah, you wasn't turning her to the outside of that elevator to look. I would at least look. I could feel my heart pounding, but I would at least look. Nope, not her. She was like on the inside of the elevator looking at the door.
You got these crazy motherfuckers, man, that has that building. I think it's in Chicago. You get to the very tip top
Oh
of it.
yeah,
It's
they
just a
climb up the
glass
side of
slide.
it. Oh, that one.
fuck
Okay,
that.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's got like a glass slide
The
that
light
goes down
bulbs
under you.
at the top of these radio towers and shit, or the cell towers. Climb like fucking 300 foot up to change a light bulb.
I seen that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They get paid like
We used to rappel off
$20,000.
of the Bell South Tower out here in Smith Station when I was in high school.
Did you?
We'd climb up that motherfucker and hook in, tie a harness, and jump.
You know, back in the day, I will say this, I might have done that. Maybe.
That was a fucking hoot,
I
man.
set up back in the day where, hell, when we were doing nuisance wildlife, 40-foot ladders were the norm. So you'd be up on, put a 40-foot ladder up against a house or a building, stand on the very top rung of it. I'm not talking about anything to hold on to. The very top rung
Yeah.
to reach it. And I used to do that constantly. And that didn't bother me too much. These days, shit, no. Fuck that. I'm 47. I do not bounce like I used to.
Oh man, I got on a dirt bike not long ago, and I could tell I was starting to get a little age on me, man. I'm only 35, about to be 36, but man, I got on that joker and immediately I was like, yeah, I don't need to be on here. My back, my hips, feet, oh, my knees.
That sounds like me getting up in the morning. My back, my hips.
I got off that joker, man, and I felt it in my hip and back for like at least a week after that. I'm like, no, I don't need to be on this thing.
Dude, I messed up, which I was feeling pretty rough for pretty much Friday, Saturday, Sunday, partially into Monday. I had Green knows where I'm at. I'm in basically a parking lot teaching right now. So it's nothing but you're either sunshine or rain. And I had to wire up some machines. I'm leaning over machines. I'm laying on the ground. Ended up sweating my ass off half the morning. Then that afternoon, probably right before lunch, the bottom dropped out, soaked the shit out of me. So I spent most of this weekend with my 47-year-old fat ass recovering. That was some of it was just kind of dehydration because Jesus.
Yeah. Gotta stay hydrated in this humidity, man.
Oh man, I kept telling my guys today where we were out there working because we started in at 9 this morning, and then ran till 3, and kept telling them, man, you guys need to drink. You guys need to drink. We broke for lunch about 12, and I told them then, don't go eat a big lunch. Just grab you something to eat, grab you something to snack on, because it's gonna be fucking hot. And by the time we got done, it was just, 2:30 or so. We were all done. It's like, no, yeah, it's time to fucking end this damn nightmare.
Yeah.
But dude, we should be in the shop, I think.
My
week after next.
Okay. About fucking time.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, me and the wife, speaking of tall shit, we went to Edinburgh, Scotland, and then took the train to Stirling and climbed up the Wallace Monument.
Ooh,
that
nice.
fucking thing. Oh my God.
Dude,
I don't know
I'd
how many
love-
steps it is, but it's a long motherfucking way up.
Dude, I'd love to take a trip over to Scotland and take the wife. I really, really would.
I couldn't hear you.
I said I'd love to take a trip over to Scotland and take the wife.
Oh, dude, it's great. The food is awesome.
Oh no, I ain't eating haggis. I don't care how much you rub it in. And
Oh my God. So they have one worse than haggis. So my wife wanted to try, we sat down at this place called Mom's. And I had bangers, Cajun bangers and mash. So, spicy pork sausage with mashed potatoes.
And he does.
Well, she decided she was going to get, I love spicy. I don't know about the pork sauce. See, I cut mine with a knife. So, go ahead, do what you want. But she decided she was going to get that nasty ass vegetarian haggis.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was funny as hell watching her eat that shit.
What the hell is
She ate like
haggis?
I don't know, man. It's like
the ninth circle in hell already.
It's like, haggis is like, what is it? Potatoes, onions, carrots, oats, and some other stuff shoved into a freaking goat's stomach. Yeah, it's all organ meat in there. I don't understand how you get vegetarian haggis out of this.
I thought I had fucking seen it all when I went to KFC and saw they had Beyond Chicken on the menu.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Then I went to BK. They have like the Beyond Whopper.
Yeah.
The Impossible Whopper.
Who goes to a fast food restaurant and gets a vegan burger? Like, come the fuck on, man.
It's because they want the taste of meat. They just don't want the commitment.
You go to Walmart and you see like vegan chocolate bars and cheese.
Oh yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this?
How do you get vegan chocolate? Because that tends to have something to do with milk, which tends to come from cow titty.
It's all ground up freaking mealworms, man.
Hey,
God.
eat your bug, live in your pod, and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Tyson Foods.
I mean,
got that
seriously.
going on right now.
Yeah, I know. And all like your protein mixes and stuff for working out. Probably a good 90% of that shit is ground up mealworm.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ugh.
I mean, it's all protein at
Yeah.
that point, but I mean, hell, if you're gonna suck a dick, suck a dick. I mean, I ain't got nothing against you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Back to Jamie Raskin again. That is
I saw
not
old
Harris
shit my
Potter
pants
today.
Nadler was sitting next to him.
Oh, dude, you'd have to get a fucking 40-ton jack and get that bastard's belly out of the way to find his dick.
Well, evidently his asshole works because he shit all over himself in fucking Senate one day or
yeah.
Congress.
He's done it a couple times. One of the ones was a press conference where you can.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. The press conference. That's right.
Up, and it was like, yeah, I know that face. And then he just kind of sidestepped off the stage.
Like that wasn't a fart.
Yeah, he shouldn't have trusted that one at all.
I don't trust one. The army taught me well to not trust a fart.
There are a couple things you don't trust. Chicks with fucking tattoos on their necks and farts. At the very least, those are the two basics.
Yeah. You get over 40, it's never trust a fart. Don't ever fucking trust that one.
Oh, I'm 35 and I can't trust one.
Sex after 60. Never waste a hard on. Never trust a fart. I have to look them up.
Yeah.
It's funny as shit. But yeah.
I haven't trusted a fart since I was early 30s.
Yeah, well,
that was bad. I had to go upstairs and change my freaking drawers.
Thought it was that porn career.
But the donkeys don't care.
Shit, man.
Oh yeah, well, they were all of age. I swear to God. They all had ID.
Yeah, there you
Anyway,
go.
guys, let me get out of here before the wife actually does.
Yeah, I've got to go too, man.
Yeah, I got to go cook supper.
Green, give me a
That's
call,
what I'm
brother.
doing right now.
Come by the shop, man. Hang
All
out
right.
a little bit.
I'll come by the shop tomorrow. I'll swing by tomorrow. Hey, man. Nice meeting y'all. Later, Coop.
Yes,
Just
sir. Good
remember,
to see you,
brother,
bro.
I won't be
Yeah,
in until
later.
after 12 tomorrow.
Okay, cool beans. Good to know.
Yeah, come and hang out, man.
Later. All right, man.
All right,
later.
brother. 9. The rest of you degenerates, thanks for meeting Green. Green's a good buddy of mine and is an
Hell yeah.
absolute fucking hoot.
Hell, anytime I can meet a fellow Alabamian, man.
Yeah, dude. That dude is fucking cool as shit. Not to mention being a combat vet. Actually took a round from an AK in the vest one time.
Oh god.
I mean, combat service. I mean, he's an outstanding dude. Crazy as shit, which is probably why I love him so much. And I will never pass up the chance to bust his balls, which he won't mind either. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, an all around great dude. He's been on a couple of streams with me. Just out shooting the shit and doing what we normally do. We sit around and talk shit. So absolute great dude. But MGTOW, do you post your channel and everything in the chat?
Yeah, I'll post it one last time in case they didn't get it. Here, I'll go get it.
Yeah, throw it out one more time. Bob, you got anything you want to throw out?
No.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Nope.
I got a lot of
Bob's
things I
just
want
here
to
for
throw
the
out. Just
paint.
don't want to haul it to the garbage.
Yeah, Bob's just here for the pain.
Yeah.
Heard that.
So yeah,
Alright,
throw that
guys.
out there one more time, then I gotta get out of here. You guys, Dark should be on later tonight. And here in just a little bit, hell, the tactical turkeys ought to be getting fired up here shortly. So look up the tactical turkeys, follow Dark. If I don't make it on Dark stream, it's because
Does Dark have a
probably
guest
dead.
tonight?
Huh?
Does Dark have a guest tonight that you know of?
I don't know. He could have somebody. He could just be hanging out and doing his thing.
Okay.
So,
hey, come on, YouTube.
If I could be on with him, I would, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But you know, marriage is a thing, kids. So,
Got it.
So
right.
yeah, we're gonna.
Oh well, I'll throw this out. Tack Knives is having a Father's Day sale.
Are they?
Yeah, like 40% off. I mean, I think the
Dude,
code
nice.
is father. Hang on, let me see if I can look it up.
If you can look it up real quick, throw it in the chat.
Yeah. Tack Knives.
All right.
That
Yeah.
logged off
Good
the-
deal.
Hey,
Yeah.
look, are you trying to say that Rich is basically like Johnny Carson and oh God, who was the one who was all
Ed
the time with
McMahon.
Johnny Carson? McMahon,
Ed
yeah.
McMahon.
Are you trying to say Rich is Dark's Ed McMahon?
I wonder if him and Vince McMahon from wrestling's kin.
Dude, I have to look into it. It'd be funny as shit as they were.
I love Johnny Carson.
Oh, dude, Johnny
Don
Carson
Rickles.
back in the day was absolutely hysterical.
Don Rickles.
Karnak the Magnificent, all that stuff.
Yes. He got
Johnny
that.
Carson was extremely funny.
I used to
Now,
have a bunch of
you
his
respect me.
DVDs.
Huh?
I lost it. I used to have a shit ton of his DVDs, like the
Oh, yeah.
collection. I lost
Dude,
all that in that tornado.
You used to be able to find them almost anywhere, whether it's DVDs, you could look a bunch of stuff up and find it online.
I had a bunch of those Dean Martin roasts too.
Oh, those Dean Martin roasts were hysterical.
Man,
I didn't understand them, of course, when I was younger. They were funny then. But then when I got older and you could understand more of the humor, those things were comedy gold.
Dude, yes.
Without a doubt. Now the roast you get, some of them are kind of funny, but some of them are just, it's everybody trying to top each other on being vulgar.
I kind of shied away from like Saturday Night Live and all that around the 2000s.
Yeah.
Wasn't funny anymore.
No, and dude, it lost it a long time ago when it comes to something like Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
When you saw Jay Leno leave Night, and a couple other guys. And
That
and
was-
everything started to get so just freaking stupid woke. And I hate to use that term, but that's what it did.
Let's see.
We understand it now. Yeah, it got to where it wasn't worth watching.
See, Johnny Carson left in 92, 93.
Yeah, it was somewhere around, because I think he was still going when we got back from Germany. So it had to be 91, 92.
And then
I remember all that shit from way
Jay
back.
Leno took over for him. Yeah, somewhere there about. And then he retired. And then, was it Conan O'Brien took over?
Yeah, and I quit watching it. Kind of probably it was probably, I'd say, midway through Leno.
Yeah.
I got to where I just kind of fell away from it. I tried to get back later and watch some of it, and I couldn't take it. It got so fucking stupid that I was just done with it. And that's which, hell, if you look at Hollywood, I'm so much done with most of them people that my wife will tell you right now, she will want to choke me the fuck out, because there's not a whole lot of stuff coming out that I want to watch. There's really not, because it's just become so retarded. So anyway, guys, let's get out of here. I'm gonna hit
All
it.
right, guys.
I'm gonna try to eat some dinner and finally get my fucking smelly ass a damn shower. So as long as all you guys spread the word, everybody knows where everybody's at. Let's do this like we always do. You perks be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times, and I mean all times. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys be cool, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Peace out,
I just
guys.
don't know when it'll be. So sneaky.
Yeah.